2024 Masters CrossFit Games, and just 2 days remain before we will crown the fittest on earth. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and we are getting things kicked off with an event that is a repeat from the 2019 CrossFit Games. It's the standard.
The standard, 30 clean and jerks at 135 and 95. Ring muscle-ups and snatches. Now, for these age divisions from 45 to 54, they'll be doing 25 of each. But this is an event that I think was thought up in a car back in 2010 as a what if you think these athletes could possibly do. And here it is in the Masters division just 5 years later.
We're going to kick things off with the 50 to 54-year-old women. Now, keep in mind, at the end of the day, there are cuts that are looming. There will be 3 events today, and then age groups will get cut. The 50 to 54-year-olds, only the top 15 will advance as we take a look at the lane assignments for the first of 2 heats for the 50 to 54-year-old women.
When you look at this event in particular, Sean, is that right off the page, the weights are the same, 35 to 54. We're doing legit Isabel, we're doing legit Grace weights, and we're doing legit ring muscle-ups. It's only 5 left from the original standard, so this is a heck of a test to start day 3 off for these athletes.
And if you're looking at the way the athletes are starting, some started by their barbells, others started under the rigs. Now, the reason for that is because the lanes are staggered, that they're going to even out the distance that everyone travels throughout the entirety of the event. We begin with the 30 clean and jerks of her time in lane 16. That's Nicole Abbott going through her 30 reps.
And this is the pace that you want to see, is that the single reps, because for a lot of these athletes in these divisions is that it's going to come down to the rings. How are you going to navigate the rings? Don't even worry about the snatches yet, right? You've got 25 ring muscle-ups smack dab in the middle. Get there the easiest way you can, because we know where the challenge is going to be.
And keep in mind, for this age group, we're only doing 25 reps of each movement. There's Bronwyn Clasher in lane 13. So the clock on your screen is incorrect. So we'll try to keep you posted on the amount of time that has elapsed here. It's a 12-minute time cap, and we are now just past the 1 minute, 15-second mark.
Sean, there's no easy way to say this. It's too early for math for someone like me when it comes to trying to get the time down. So just know we're counting down from 12. It's a 12-minute cap, but we'll do our best to get to the times as they finish.
I feel that way when I watch soccer, and they count up.
I tell you what, is that in an event
what
like
is this tomfoolery?
In an event like this, for me, it is a 12-minute AMRAP. So all things considered,
yes,
I won't be finishing this in the time frame.
So technically the clock on your screen is correct. It's just going the wrong way. How does he know where we're going? Well, keep an eye on the judges' hands. We have some in the air already. As in lane 10, Kim Lennon, her judge's hand is in the air. She's towards the top of your screen in the long black pants.
Last and final rep.
That's lane 6. Feel it ready, Zanthadaki.
This is your heat leader. 50 to 54.
Now in lane number 4, Sarah Hayes is moving back to the ring. She will be the first woman to start her 30 ring muscle up. Stella Liddell on the other side of the floor. She's also moving to the rings. And in lane number 5, Rachel Robinson. Now more women finishing up their 25 clean and jerks, and now going to the rings for 25 muscle-ups. Again, 25 reps across the entirety of this event. And as you mentioned, this is where things are probably going to slow down a little bit.
This is the whole event. 25 ring muscle-ups.
All right, Jess, looks like on your side you have somebody
which I love to see. I really do. And this is something that a lot of the older divisions in Masters have been asking for, is this challenge. Because if we have the ability to do this skill, we should be able to display the skill to separate ourselves from the rest of the field. So there's very little, quote, watering down in the programming this year, and I think this whole division is taking a massive step forward in 2024.
Rachel Robinson in the yellow and black at lane 5, getting through a rep. Next to her, Stella Ladow, I believe, is through 2 of her 25. Again, 12-minute time cap. The clock on your screen obviously counting down from that number.
And for these is that you do not want to get in a position where you are what would look like 1 rep maxing a ring muscle up. Once you get to that point, it'll be a resting game or a failing game.
We're going on 9 reps in lane 6.
Over in lane 6, Fiorelli Zantudaki is now through 10 reps, I believe. She's in the middle of your screen in the yellow and long black pants. Next to her in lane number 4 on the left is Sarah Hayes. And on the right in lane 8 is Ada Keplinger.
Ada, former gymnast from LSU.
So all these women, the majority of them, I should say, are on the wrong side of the cut line right now. Again, we're cutting down to the top 15 in this division. At the end of the day, this is the first of 3 events that they will face. And a failed rep there on the left side of your screen for Sarah Hayes. As in lane 6, Fiorelli Zantudaki continues to work through her reps.
And what's good with that is that there is 3 events to get inside that cut line for the day, and 3 very different events. We've got clean and jerk snatches and ring muscle ups in this event. We've got toes to bar, bar facing burpees, and a heavy clean. But then that heavy 1 rep max front squat. So there's a lot of opportunities here that if you got all your fitness boxes checked, you could have a decent moving day to get inside that top 10, top 15.
And we're starting to see athletes fail some reps. Saw a failed rep from Stella Ladow there in lane number 7, middle of your screen. The right side is a black screen.
Once you get to that failed rep too, welcome to Legends Masters CrossFit Games Radio.
Hey, we're going to keep describing action. I'm assuming we're still on here. We have black screens. Hopefully you at home are seeing something. So we're just kind of flying blind, but we're going to stay with it here. It's the beginning of the day. We'll get this ironed out.
Just pull out that old school baseball announcer voice.
And we're back.
Past the 6-minute mark, so 12 minutes. Look, 12 minutes is a tight time cap. You think about this, like, all right, Sean, do grace. Make sure you do it in under 4 minutes. While you're at it, do 30 muscle ups in under 4 minutes. Oh, while you're at it, do Isabel in under 4 minutes. Like, this is a tight time cap for these athletes.
Athletes, we're at that 6.5 minute mark.
More than half the time has elapsed here, and in lane number 6, Fiorelli Zantudaki, her judge's hand was in the air. I believe she is your leader. She's at the far end of the floor in lane number 6. That's the white lane marker that's 3rd in from the left side of your screen.
7-minute mark.
Less than 5 minutes remain here. Zantudaki Fiorelli, I believe, Fiorelli Zantudaki has now 1 rep remaining. I think she'll head back to the barbell here soon in lane number 6.
She's going to drop, take a quick break.
She's through 24 of her 25 reps. She's in lane number 6. She's in the now left side of your screen. 1 rep remaining for Zantudaki. And she will make it to the barbell.
Right about 7:30 on the clock.
Zantudaki is now going to start Isabel. 25 snatches.
So with the original standard being 30 reps of everything, it's the same weights, it's the same ring muscle-ups, it's just it's only 5 left of each, 5 less at each movement.
We're at that 8-minute mark. 12 minutes.
She's a 2-time Games qualifier. She qualified 5th in the 45 to 49-year-old division in 2020. And then the last time she was at the Games was 2021, when she took 15th overall. Her best finish in an event was a 4th place in event number 2 back in 2021. And she needs a solid result here because right now, Zantadaki is on the wrong side of the cut line. She's in 24th place overall with 288 points and has quite a bit of ground to make up if she wants to get inside the top 15 at the end of the day. But again, this is one of 3 events in which she has to try to make up that deficit.
I mean, the way she's handling everything right now, 100 points does massive things, especially in the lower part of the leaderboard. You'll see that with cuts at the CrossFit Games on the elite individual side. You can win one event, bomb all the other ones, and still make a top 20 cut. So 100 points to start off the first event of the day for them can be a massive boost, even though it's a massive deficit between her and that cut line.
Lane 11, Priscilla Mom is, I think, getting close to finishing up. And also over in lane number 8, Ada Keplinger is just about done with her set of 25, so they will get set to join Zantadaki on the snatches as we have 2.5 minutes remaining here in the 12-minute time cap. First of 2 heats of the 50 to 54-year-old women. First of 3 events that these age divisions will face here on Saturday. One final event on Sunday. And now in lane 8, Ada Keplinger is on to the barbell along with Zantadaki. These are the only 2 women who've gotten through their 25 ring muscle ups, as we now have about 2 minutes remaining before we hit that 12-minute time cap.
We're going to hand in the air a lane 12.
Also, Pamela Gagnon is going to get set to join these 2 athletes on the barbell as she is inside 5 reps to go.
Ada is actually an affiliate owner herself, C4 CrossFit in Richmond, Texas. Has been around a long, I think 13 years with a goal of 15 years as affiliate
Good
owner.
for her. More women are getting close to finishing up their 25 ring muscle ups. Only 2 have done that, and they're on your screen right now. On the left, Fila Reddy Zantadaki, and next to her in the all black is Ada Keplinger. The 5 reps remain now for Zantadaki, so she's got a chance to get through this.
We're coming up on that 11-minute mark.
They're starting to pick up the pace here in the back half of this set of 25. 3 reps remain for Zantadaki.
12, Pamela has
Less than a minute to go.
We are 19 reps in for Priscilla Mom here in lane number 11.
2 reps remaining in lane 6.
Zantadaki with 1 rep remaining, so she's going to get through this with a little time to spare. Zantadaki is done, and she'll have to cross the finish line. And she gets in at 11:26 unofficially.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
It's good, quick math. Well done.
Number 7 down to her.
Luckily, it's being displayed to my left, so I can just read the clock.
Pam on the right.
We're coming up 15.
If you ever watched a CrossFit Gymnastics demo video on Instagram or YouTube, that's what you're getting to look at. That shows you how easy it looks, but not how easy it actually is.
Right.
2, 1, time.
Fila Reddy Zantadaki, the only woman to get through the entirety of the work here inside the 12-minute time cap. 11 minutes, 26 seconds for her, as only 3 women made it through all 25 ring muscle-ups. But 1 heat remains for the 50 to 54-year-old women here in the opening event on Saturday, the Standard. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage from Birmingham, Alabama continues here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
2 making their way in.
One heat down, one to go for the 50 to 54-year-old women as day number 3 is underway here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, event number 7. We first saw it show up for the individuals in 2019 at the CrossFit Games.
Could you imagine 5 years later, the 50 to 54 division at the Masters CrossFit Games will be doing the same thing, nearly the same thing, 25 reps of clean and jerks at 95 pounds, still doing 25 ring muscle-ups and 25 snatches at the same weight. The time cap is very tight.
We are through 6 events, and it is still extremely tight at the top of the overall standings. Top 4 spots separated by just 21 points. Kim Purdy currently sits atop the leaderboard. Jen Dieter, though, is close behind her.
50 to 54, 30 seconds.
And Stephanie China and Tia Gebby are also well within striking distance. Janet Black, who sits in 5th place, is only 37 points back. So a lot still to be decided here. And again, cuts are looming as 15 women will advance to the final event on Sunday.
And we have a tie for points in that 15th spot with Ganya Savary at 349, Ro Murray 349, Kim Lennon in the previous heat was only 2 points back, Priscilla Mame 9 points back. So it is a very close race, or race at the cut line for today's. A lot of things on the line.
Only one woman was able to finish this event inside the 12 minutes, and that was Filareti Zanfudaki, who got through all 75 reps in 11 minutes and 26 seconds. And we are underway now. In case you're wondering, the reason why some athletes started under the rig and some started at their barbell is because as this event plays out, that will allow them to all travel the same distance throughout the entirety of the work.
I don't like the fair word most of the time, but this is something to make it fair and even across the board as far as distance traveled on the competition floor. Quick singles from everybody across the gate. This is the game you want to play because the race will be on the rings. 25 ring muscle-ups is going to be the massive separator for all of these athletes today on the competition floor.
We start with Grace, but again, this age group is only doing 25 reps of each movement. Clean and jerks at 95 pounds.
4, Shannon, 8 reps in.
But as we saw in the prior heat, and as you have mentioned, this event is all about what happens on the ring.
Quick singles right off the mat. To a certain point, Sean, it doesn't even have to be quick singles. You want to get to the rings as fresh as possible. So if that means slowing down 30 seconds to maybe 60 seconds in your opening 25 clean and jerks, totally fine. If that means you're going to be better suited to handle the ring volume once you get there.
There's Kim Purdy in lane 10. She is your overall leader, 487 points. She's had everything inside the top 6 except for event number 4, where she took 22nd place overall. That's the one blemish on her
and that was
competition.
A speed snatch ladder with 10 total reps lasting a 90 seconds at most. So those events, so much volatility and little room for error, doesn't translate to the same thing. But here,
I got hands in the air, just 4 reps.
Be curious to see how they handle the rings once they get there. And the first sign will definitely be the first rep to see how it's going to go.
Hands in the air all over the floor here as athletes now are starting to finish up those 25 clean and jerks. And in lane 19,
coming into this workout,
Burba has moved on to those ring muscle-ups.
Tia Gebby
Hands in the air here for lane number 15, Bertram.
is on her ring muscle-ups.
14 has made her way, followed by lane 16, Stevenson.
Gebby on these ring muscle-ups back here, coming out of lane number 19.
Also down in lane number 7, Sema Burba in the yellow top and black shorts, working on her ring muscle-ups. So we have just about the whole field is either in the final couple reps of the clean and jerks or on the rings. There's Tia Gebby, who comes in 4th place overall But again, only 21 points out of first. Gabby, now a 3-time CrossFit Games competitor. Her best finish in 2022 when she took 2nd place overall in this age group.
Looks like lane 4 has made her way to the ring muscle-ups. That's Shannon.
For the ring muscle-ups,
Kicking it off there.
the challenge
And lane 8.
ends up being the dip out of the bottom of that position. It's a one of those 2-part moves. It's a pull on top of the rings. It's a press out of the dip of the rings. Rarely do people fail getting on top of the rings at this level, but it's the dip out, that press out fatigue you have to manage the whole way through. And listen, if singles is the way to keep you moving, then that's what you should do. The last thing you want to see is a failed rep or a rep that they have to use way too much energy to try to get out of the bottom.
So Stephanie China's in the all black in lane 9, just went to the chalk bucket.
7 reps in for Morrison, lane number
She's been able to
3.
get through, it looks like a couple reps at a time. She currently sits in 3rd place overall. Now she's in the middle of your screen.
Sherry sitting at 5 reps at that 4.5 minute
This is her first appearance
8 reps in for Bertha.
at the CrossFit Games.
Lane number 7.
The Jen Dieter in lane 11 doing sets at 2.
5 reps in for lane 6.
10 reps in for China, lane number 9.
Jen Dieter on the left side of the screen in lane 11, 2nd place overall. And she does have an event win under her belt here in this competition. She took event number 2 on Friday.
Lane 4 sitting at 13 reps.
Center lane, lane 9, Stephanie China looks very comfortable on the rings. Just ripped off a set of 3.
Well, in the prior heat, only 3 women got through all 25 ring muscle-ups inside the 12 minutes. Filaretti's Antudaki has the time to beat. 11 minutes, 26 seconds.
Number 11 for Dieter in lane number 11.
And it's just a slow burn to start. Relax singles on the clean and jerk. Manage your fatigue. Take your breaks in the ring muscle-ups. But once you're off the rings, all bets are off. Touch and go maybe not be the best option to start on the snatches, but if you get to that bar, the pacing's gone, the racing starts.
Janet Black in lane 8, she's on the right side of your screen. She's wearing a white tank top, yellow shorts, and she's up on the rings right now. I believe this is a rep number 16 for her.
Reps in lane 4, right at that 6-minute mark.
She's well into the back half.
Janet's been around such a long time, from the individual side, on the team side, now in the Masters division, and just it's just good to see that longevity and that evolution through the sport over the years.
Trying to hold, doing them in sets of 3s.
This is her 9th appearance at the CrossFit Games, the 10th time she has qualified. And as you mentioned yesterday, the 2 of you competed. She was on a team. You were an individual back in 2013 at the old San Antonio Regional there.
That's right, the old San Antonio. That was my my comeback year after taking the year off from injury, and she was on team. But even prior to that, we've been in the mix together at regionals for a very long time. So it's fun to see friends out here on the competition floor that used to be competitors, and it does give you that little itch to maybe get back into things one day. We'll see.
Janet Black
This is going to be rep number 14 in lane number 3.
only has a couple of reps left. She's in lane 8.
China here in lane number 9.
Also over in lane number 9, Stephanie China is inside 5 reps to go as we have less than 5 minutes remaining.
Black has 1.
Janet Black is down to her final rep. Stephanie China has 5 remaining. The Janet Black 5th place overall coming into this event, so very much on the right side of the cut line with 450 points. She's only 37 back of Kim Purdy for the overall lead.
Janet Black in lane 8.
And that's
Trying to take some points today.
that's nothing on a day where you have 3 events. We still have 4 to go for the entire weekend.
Athletes, we're coming up on that.
Black gets right to work on her 25 snatches at 95 pounds. Filaretti's Antudaki, the only woman to get through the entirety of this work inside the 12-minute time cap. Her time was 11 minutes, 26 seconds. And right now, Janet Black is all by herself on the barbell. Stephanie China has 1 rep remaining. She looks to be the next woman to join her on this final portion of the event.
Janet is staying over her bar. 1 rep after another. As we said, it's like pace the clean and jerks, partition, rest, strategize as it comes to you, because you can think a different plan on the rings and your body will dictate that pace once you get there. But if you get to this barbell, even if you're doing singles like Janet is, if you just stay on the bar and you keep grabbing and pick it up, that's the way to do it.
So Stephanie China is now off the rings, and she will join Janet Black on the barbell. So now 2 women have gotten through the 25 ring muscle-ups. Janet Black has 7 career event wins at the CrossFit Games, and looking for number 8 right here, as she has less than 2.5 minutes to go before we hit Feel Ready's Anthony stop time of 11:26. Now in lane number 4, Shannon Schliefer has also joined Black and China on the barbell. And in lane 14, Lori Pruitt. She's in the middle of the box on the right side of your screen in the white shirt and black shorts. Janet Black, though, in the yellow shorts and white shirt on the right side. She is your leader right now in the event.
Janet still 1 rep at a time. I know it's getting hard, we're getting tired, just trying to take that step out of it, right? That little step back, good. She got rid of it, just staying on your barbell. That little step for 25 reps, you could lose an easy 30 seconds with that 1 second back. You want to take it, you don't need to take it. Stay over your bar and keep grinding.
Past the 10-minute mark here, so 1 minute, 16 seconds before we get to Feel Ready's Anthony time, and Janet Black is going to have a little trouble with that. Her judge's hand is in the air, so Janet Black in 5th place overall coming in with 2 reps remaining and looking to pick up her first event win of the competition and the 8th of her career at the CrossFit Games. Black is done, and that's 100 points for Janet Black. 10 minutes, 37 seconds to pick up the victory. Jen Dieter has a couple reps remaining on the rings. She's on the left side in lane 11. We have 6 women on the barbell, and in lane number 7, Josh Everett is smiling someplace because it was Sema Burba with the split snatch.
Bringing it back, I love it.
Continuing to go with it. Burba now on the right side of your screen, something you don't see very often, the split snatch for her, and it is working. Meanwhile, Stephanie China, who came in 3rd place overall, she's only 21 points back of Kim Purdy, and right now ahead of Purdy in this event, is about ready to finish up. Xanthadaki's going to get 2nd place in the event, so she'll earn 97 points as Xanthadaki looks to move inside the cut line. But Stephanie China is now done, and she will take 2nd place with 11 minutes, 36 seconds unofficially.
And for Xanthadaki was talking earlier how huge a big chunk of points can be at the bottom part of the leaderboard.
Now Lori Pruitt is in, so that's really going to help Stephanie China as Shannon Schliefer makes it across with a few seconds to spare.
3, 2, 1,
and that will do it for the 50 to 54-year-old women, and it's Janet Black who picks up her 8th career event win at the CrossFit Games and looks to move herself inside the top 3. She was only 24 points back at Stephanie China for 3rd, but China was able to get in. But the top 2, Kim Purdy and Jen Dieter, did not finish this event. The overall standings look to change as we have just 2 events remaining here on the day. 50 to 54-year-old women are done. 45 to 49-year-olds coming up next. Saturday at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues here as we are into the 7th of 10 events for these athletes. The 45 to 49-year-olds are up next. First of 3 heats for them in an event that showed up back in 2019. It's the Standard.
The Standard will become the separator today for a lot of these athletes. 25 clean and jerks at 95 pounds, 25 ring muscle-ups, 25 snatches. Same weight, same skill, just 5 reps left of the traditional Standard that we saw back in 2019.
25 reps of each movement. Again, first of 3 heats that we will have here. And as we've been saying throughout the morning so far, cuts are looming at the end of the day. The 45 to 49-year-old age group.
Cutting to that half mark of 20. Now the cut line at 20th is Michelle B. at 263. Anne-Marie Foose, 2 points back. Elisa Miffett, 3 points back. Charity Payne, 7 points back. Megan John, 10 points back. With 3 events today, this cut line from 21st all the way down to 26th, only separated by 20 points.
And some of the athletes in this first of 3 heats are on the wrong side of that cut line right now. But as you mentioned, still plenty to be decided here. But just something to keep in mind as we work our way throughout the day, that only 20 women move on to the 10th and final event on Sunday. First of 3 heats underway. 25 clean and jerks at 95 pounds to start us off.
See a lot of singles, but looks like in lane number 6, Jennifer Kinsella opening with a set of touch and go, and she's doing it again. That might be 5 reps at a time, unless you're a rock star at ring muscle-ups, which she may be. I don't know how good you are at ring muscle-ups, but touch and go at this point in time, if you don't have ring muscle-ups locked in, I think could be a mistake, just because of the fatigue you're putting into what would be the hardest part of the event.
Kinsella is making her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games. She's out of CrossFit 0435 in Auckland, New Zealand. It looks to be the only woman who's not dropping the barbell after every rep.
Now she's going down to those singles, and sometimes you'll see that if traditional brace being 30 clean and jerks at 95 pounds, and you'll see athletes, if they're just doing that for time, is hang on unbroken as long as you can and then drop the singles when you need to, which is what she has been doing since those opening sets of unbroken reps.
Fiala, this is going to be rep number 15, lane number 13.
12-minute time cap here. After this is those 25 ring muscle-ups, and bears repeating that is really the portion of this event that has proven to be the stopping point, at least for the athletes that we saw at the 50 to 54-year-old.
And honestly, Sean, even at the highest level of skill, that is the biggest part of this event, because these weights at these reps for any level of athlete isn't the big portion of this event. It's how you navigate the middle on the rings.
Judge's hands starting to go in the air as Courtney Stutzman in lane 11.
And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that everyone else has been doing singles. Everyone's hand is in the air at the same time. And even in lane 11 with Courtney Stutzman, she was doing singles the whole time and went faster than Kinsella did doing touch and go reps. It's just not worth it.
The Stutzman's at the rings. Kinsella has moved to the rings. This is the first attempt for Courtney Stutzman, CrossFit Games rookie out of New Braunfels, Texas.
12 and 16 joining the party. That's going to be carried.
See a failed rep on the second one, and for me, it's if you're coached behind, I think that's her coach behind her, or at least someone with a vested interest in her performance today, is that, all right, we failed your second rep. We're not doing 2 anymore. We're just going to do singles until you feel good enough to try a double, and that could just be because of the clean and jerk fatigue going into the rings.
Meanwhile, Jennifer Kinsella is taking on a big set next to her. In lane number 8 is Haley Queller, who just hopped off the rings. The two of them taking a nice little chunk out of that 25.
And she looked very good on the rings, as you said, Sean. So, yeah, she has confidence and ability on the rings, but still the touch-and-go reps didn't give her an advantage as far as time. It only added to the fatigue.
Kinsella's in lane 6. She's on the left side of her screen in the all-black. Lane 8, middle of your screen is Haley Keller, who this is, I believe, her second set of reps trying to chip away at that 25. Keller is one of the women on the wrong side of the cut line. She's in 32nd place overall with 185 points.
So Kinsella's in lane 6 in the all-black, and Neasley is in the set of 3, going on a set of 4. Very good on the rings. So the rings are an advantage for her. And you'd want to maximize your ability there, not necessarily getting there as fast as you can. So if you're in the later heats, you've got really good ring muscle ups. You don't need to get there as fast as you can. You need to get there as fresh as you can so you can beat everybody where that's their trouble spots are.
Kinsella's off the rings. Haley Keller out of CrossFit Pine Barrens in Rocky Point, New York. CrossFit Games rookies back up. Every woman has made it to the rings here. First of 3 heats for the 45 to 49.
Caps 12 minutes, which is that's a tight time cap for an event like this. And I like it. Sometimes you'll see that in the programming is you'll have the movements, the reps, the weights, and that'll determine how people attack the event. And then every once in a while, you'll have a time cap that changes the way you approach it because of the limited time that you have. And that happens every once in a while, and when that does, it's intentional. We're going to make you work faster than you want to because you won't have enough time to pace it out like you thought you could.
Courtney Stutzman was the first woman on the left side of the floor to get the ring muscle up. She's in lane 11, and now looks like she has things sorted out. She's in the hat, white shirt, black shorts.
The one thing she changed from that first set, and again, that could have been the clean and jerk fatigue on the shoulders, she's in the center lane in the hat, is that she's actually catching herself much higher in that dip position where before she barely got over the turnover. And you'll see this from athletes who might not have the tricep strength for that big dip, but see how she receives really high over the rings, doesn't even touch them. And you'll do that to limit how hard you need to work to get out of that bottom dip position.
2 more reps.
The judge's hand is in the air
Back to that barbell.
in lane number 8 for Haley Keller.
For the 25 snatch.
And also for Jennifer Kinsella, as the two of them look to make their way back to the barbell and start those 25 snatches. More than halfway through the allotted time here, 6.5 minutes have gone by.
And Queller's been doing smaller sets on the right side of your screen, but quick reps as she did them.
Keller in lane 8 is now done. She'll be the first woman to the barbell in the final portion of this event. Now 25 snatches at 95 pounds. And Jennifer Kinsella has 3 reps remaining. She's the only other woman out there whose judge's hand is in the air.
And just talk about game plan for the clean and jerk, the game plan for the ring muscle ups. Game plan goes out the window once you get to the snatch. Just make sure that bar keeps moving. If you feel great, touch and go, but don't do it if you're going to take big breaks in between sets. Single reps constantly will prove to be the faster path to finish.
Haley Keller got off to a great start back on Thursday. Event 3 was the opening event for these age groups. She took 4th place, but since then hasn't had anything better than 23rd. So looking to get things turned around here in event 7 as Jennifer Kinsella is now making her way to the barbell. Over in lane number 5, Elizabeth Warren is getting set to finish up as well. She's inside 5 reps to go. And also in lane 13, Ashley Fiala. But these are the only 2 women on your screen who are in the final portion of this event.
And watch Kinsella. She'll do a rep, she'll keep her hands on the bar and reset. That's going to speed up her cycle rate. We know she can cycle a barbell because she did it on the clean and jerk. However, you don't need to do that if you got the skill set and the strength to keep doing quick singles. And if she can keep this pace, she may be able to catch Queller.
Kinsella with a great pace here on the barbell. She's getting about 2 or 3 reps for every one that Queller's knocking out. Now Queller's going to go touch and go here.
Now, how much do we rest between that? Because doing 3 touch and go reps and then resting 15 seconds is absolutely pointless, because you could have done 3 reps in 9 seconds by just doing quick singles. She got no advantage there. If you're going to do touch and go, you need to take advantage of your ability to do touch and go, not take away from your ability to move the bar faster for 25 total reps.
Over in lane 5, Elizabeth Warren is off the ring. She's in the all-black far right side of your screen. She'll be the 3rd woman to the barbell. And now in lane 13, Ashley Fiala in the yellow and the black on the right side. She will join the other 3 women on these 25 snatches at 95 pounds as we are approaching the 9:30 mark. 2.5 minutes remain here before we hit the 12-minute time cap. And Queller is just about finished as she has 2 reps remaining.
There you go. Keep your hands on, do a single. Keep your hands on, do another one. That's how you get it done.
Haley Queller's done, and she's going to get across the finish line 9:47 unofficially to take the first of 3 heats. Jennifer Kinsella is now your leader on the floor. She has 5 reps remaining. Only 2 other women are on the barbell. Ashley Fiala and Elizabeth Warren. They are on the right side of your screen.
2 minutes. 3 reps remaining on her snatch. Make that 2 for Jennifer. In lane 6, she's going to try to finish it up.
10 reps in for Warren in lane number 5 on her barbell.
Last and final rep. And she's going to jog it on in.
And Kinsella is in 10:27.
Final muscle up here for Colony in lane number 9.
Over in lane 16, Katrina Nichols has gotten through the muscle up. She's onto the barbell, and next to her in lane 12 in the white and the black, that's Carrie Milbrand. 5 women now on the snatches.
Final 2 muscle-ups for McFall, lane number 15.
Less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap. Five women working through those 25 snatches. Left side in lane 12, closest to the camera, that's Carrie Milbrand. Down there in lane 16, next to her, in the yellow and the black, is Katrina Nichols. On the right side of your screen, Elizabeth Warren. She's at the very far right of the screen. And then in lane number 9, Jen Colmy, down the white and the black and the pink shoes. And in lane 13, middle of the screen, is Ashley Fiala. With Fiala and Warren, both of their judges' hands are in the air.
Oh, come on.
And Warren's got a couple seconds here. She can rip this last one and get across the finish line. She'll make it. So that rep will count, but she will not get across the finish line. So she'll get a cap, but no additional reps added to her score. But Haley Queller is going to take heat number 1. 9 minutes, 47 seconds. She and Jennifer Kinsella, the only 2 women in that opening heat to get inside the 12-minute time cap. 2 heats remain for the 45 to 49-year-old women. Heats remain for the 45 to 49-year-old women as Saturday is underway, day number 3 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Event number 7 might look familiar to some people who watched the 2019 CrossFit Games. It's the standard.
Same weight, same skill, just 5 reps less across the board. Starting with those clean and jerks at 95 pounds, 25 ring muscle-ups, and then 25 snatches to finish it off.
Second of 3 heats. And the women in this heat are trying to keep themselves on the right side of the cut line. 20 athletes will move on to the 10th and final event tomorrow here in Birmingham, Alabama. Here are your overall standings coming in. Kelly Friel has a 30-point lead on Val Vogelrol for the top spot. Vogelrol 9 points clear of Allie Crawford. And then Deanna Posey still very much alive for a spot inside the top 3. As we have 3 events today and 1 tomorrow. So plenty can change here, but the business at hand is trying to figure out who is going to be inside the top 20 as the athletes on the floor now once again are not safe.
2 things happening all at once. How that podium race is shaking out, but who is going to be competing here tomorrow in that final event. And in lane 13, you have Michelle B, who's currently sitting in 20th place. So she holds that cut line at 263 points, but it is tight below her. Anne-Marie Thues, 261, 2 points back. Alicia Miffett, 3 points back. Charity Payne, 7 points back. And Megan Chon, 10 points back.
1, go.
All right,
heat number 2 is underway, and if you're wondering why some athletes started in the rig, some started at their barbell, that is to even out the distance that is traveled during this event throughout the entirety of the 75 reps. Want to keep things fair across the board for everybody here. Second of 3 heats, and only 2 women in heat number 1 were able to finish inside the 12-minute time count.
Now I'm doing a Terminator judgment scan of who's doing singles and who's not. Everybody's doing singles in this heat. Bravo. Bravo. If it had an easy key to success is live that single life at the bar. Usually it's a sad life, maybe in my time, but for here on the competition floor, the single life is the way to go. Quick singles on the clean and jerks. When we get back to the bar for the snatches, maybe quick singles to start. If you feel like you can rip off a set at the end to try to finish a little faster, go ahead and do it. But singles here because it's going to come down to the 25 ring muscle-ups in the middle of this event.
Haley Queller was the fastest woman to finish in heat number 1. 9:47 was her time, and Jennifer Kinsella was the other woman to finish right around 10 minutes, 27 seconds.
It is set 25 clean and jerks at 95 pounds for this division. Once we get to the 40 to 44, those reps will move back up to 30.
Rep number 12, lane number 11.
Athletes were 90 seconds in or 90 seconds in.
15 reps in for Michelle B.
We're still seeing all the athletes go with the singles. I don't think I've seen anybody go touch and go here.
The reason for that is to keep everything status quo. Touch and go is going to add a lot more fatigue, not just to the whole body, but definitely to the shoulders. We're pressing overhead, so we're going to be taxing the triceps and the front part of your shoulders, which is the most important piece you need fresh and ready to go for the ring muscle-ups.
Just about every judge's hand is in the air here as the athletes are more or less on the same pace with these single reps. So we should see a mass exodus from the barbell to the rings here.
Here we go, lane 12 is moving, that is Jessica.
Lane 12, Jessica Samantha Casas, the first woman to move. Next to her is Ingun Ludvigsdottir in lane number 10. And now this is where this event really starts.
Yes, it does. 2:15 to 2:30 is where your 5 to 6 athletes finish the first portion of it. Look, that's a fast near grace time. I mean, that's a sub-3 grace pace to open up this event. But yes, as you said, Sean, the event begins here. 25 ring muscle-ups.
Left side of your screen, the first 2 women to get to the rings in lane 10, Ingun Ludvigsdottir, and in lane 12, Jessica Samantha Casas.
Lane 4,
Ludvigsdottir.
We're at that 3-minute mark. 3 minutes
out of Iceland. Casas hails from Argentina.
It's lane 14. It has the most on the line today, at least, and that's Alicia Miffett, who's just 3 points out of that 20th place cut line, currently sitting in 22nd place.
Three and a half minutes gone by here, and the entire field is on to the 25 ring muscle-ups.
5 reps in for Azevedo in lane number 5.
Casas in lane 14 is taking out big chunks. Maybe 3-4 reps at a time every time she hops up onto the ring. She's in the yellow and the black, just stepped off her mat, adjusting her wristbands, right side of her screen in lane 14. Even Lugovitz's daughter just failed a rep.
Biggest 5 reps in lane number 11.
As you talked about before, it doesn't seem like any of these athletes are having a tough time getting on top of the rings. It's that dip out that seems to be giving them the problem.
The dip is huge. It's everything. You look at ring muscle-ups as a casual fan or even as an athlete, and like, okay, we're pulling. So it's a pulling gymnastics move. It's like, no, it's a two-parter, not unlike a clean and jerk. A clean and jerk, say, hinge pull from the floor, but then that press to overhead. This is the, I would say, the cousin of the gymnastics world to the clean and jerk, and that's the ring muscle-up. Yes, you're pulling on top of the rings, but the majority of the difficulty, other than that transition, is the dip out of the bottom, which is why it is so important to manage your clean and jerks and that press overhead to not take away too much from your pressing ability for the ring muscle-ups.
You mentioned Alicia Miffett. She's more than halfway through. She has 14 reps.
Miffitt's in lane 14 in the yellow tank top, and she's doing really well on these rings. She was doing sets of 3 earlier, now doing sets of 2.
No judges' hands in the air yet.
Lane 16, 13 reps in.
We know it's the first event of 3 today, and there's a lot of variance in the tests because, yes, we have this barbell cycling muscle-up event, but then we have toes to bar burpees and a heavy clean and then a 1-rep max front squat. So if you have a hole in your game in any of those 2 that you're not doing now, and this is your chance, get the points while you can when you have the opportunity to.
Well, lane 14, judge's hand going in the air for Alicia Miffett as she has 5 reps remaining. She's in the center on the box on the left side.
All right, we got hands in the air in lane 12.
And also down in lane 12, Jessica Samantha Casas. She's also inside 5 reps to go. She was one of the first women to the rings along with Ingrid Lugovitz's daughter.
Now Casas sitting in 18th, but just 10 points outside or potentially of that cut line. So, I mean, if we can expand the cut line from 18th to 24th, it's only 20 points difference between that group. This cut line is very, very tight.
14 reps in for John.
Samantha Casas, or Jessica Samantha Casas, had a lot of trouble pressing out that last rep there in lane number 12. So she's going to take a sizable break here. The final rep now in lane 14 for Miffett.
Very smart. Very smart. You get to a point where you had to overwork than you were ready for. Take the time. It is so much more important to take your time, but it is also one of the hardest things to do in a race is to just sit there and do nothing.
Alicia Miffett is now done. She'll move to the barbell, the first woman to get to the final portion of this event here in the second of 3 heats. Time to beat is Haley Queller at 9 minutes 47 seconds, so a little more than 2 minutes for Miffett to catch Queller. She keeps this pace up, she's probably going to do it.
And the bar looks, I mean, her movement looks great. It doesn't look too heavy. She actually has great positioning overhead and in her setup. So keep your hands on the bar. It's tough to do, but just keep doing another rep. Don't think about 25, just think about the next one. I like how she's controlling her barbell, pressing it down to the floor, because listen, if you let this bar bounce, it's gonna bounce for a long time.
But Gabriela Azevedo, she's down in lane 5. She is getting close to joining Miffett, and now Casas on the barbell is Jessica Samantha Casad of Argentina in the white shirt and black shorts has joined Miffet on the 25 snatches at 95 pounds.
About 5 or 6 reps behind Miffet.
On to those final 5 reps as well.
Michelle B is also getting close to finishing up her set of muscle-ups. That's big for her because, as we mentioned coming in, she's right on that cut line.
Yeah, she's right in the middle of that entire group we were just talking about, sitting in that 20th place position. When you're coming down to the singles here, it is 25 reps versus the 30 that the traditional standard was. And what you want to think in your head is that I got to race to 15. Just get to 15, and then it's only 10 left. And there's just, well, I want to say it always works, but there's this little bit of a moment is if I can get to 10, drop into single digits, then I feel like I can continue the pace that I'm currently on.
In lane 5, Gabriela Azevedo, far right side of your screen. She is now the 3rd woman to get to the barbell. 9 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. So Haley Queller's time is quickly approaching of 9:47.
And this should be rep 20 for Miffet.
And in the air, she's got 17 seconds to get 5 and set the top time.
Hampton on the ring muscle-ups in lane 16, 4 reps remaining.
Not sure it's going to happen. She's down to 3. So Haley Queller's time of 9:47 from heat number 1 is going to survive into the 3rd and final heat. But
2 reps remaining. We're going on 2
Miffet can still grab 2nd place
on the clock.
because the next best time is Kinsella at 10:27. So Miffet is done and she's across. 10:02 unofficially.
2 minutes, athletes, 2 minutes.
And in the air here for Laura Nielsen in lane number 9, final 5 reps.
That leaves Jessica Samantha Casad as the leader
2 more muscle-ups remaining.
on the floor, and she just failed to snatch.
Hampton, 3.
Over on the other side of the floor in lane 13, that's Michelle B in the white and the black. And then at the top of your screen is Gabriela Azevedo.
Very important for Michelle. Michelle sitting in that 20th position, as we said.
And Megan John in lane 15. She now just finished up her 25 muscle-ups. She's now on the left side of your screen, joining B and Azevedo and Casad on the barbell.
And Miffet, who is chasing down Michelle B, is already finished with places and points getting between her and Michelle B. So Michelle needs to do everything she can.
And Jessica Casad, meanwhile, judge's hand is in the air. I think that she has about 3 reps remaining, so she's going to make it inside the 12-minute time cap.
Matches remaining in lane 12 for Jessica. Lane 10 has moved on.
Azevedo down to her final 5 snatches here. Lane number 5.
45.
And Casad is in 11:19 unofficially for her.
That'll give her some breathing room from that cut line at 20.
Gabriela.
30 seconds.
Lane number 5 gonna touch and go.
And now lane number 5, Gabriela Azevedo is going to get across at 11:35.
20 seconds. Tiffany trying to get that last ring muscle to at least get to that barbell.
Final 15 seconds. 4 women,
10 seconds.
now 5 on the barbell. Even though in lane
We're gonna count
13, Michelle B is not going to finish, she's still going to do herself some favors. She got through a big chunk of those 25 because right now only 5 women have finished.
And that's one thing you need to understand when you come off the rings late and you don't think you're going to be able to do 25 before the time cap hits, is that not a lot of individuals has finished this so far, as you said, Sean. So that's the time where we need to do big sets if we can do big sets, but you can't take big breaks after those. So get as many reps as you can before you hit that time cap.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, 3rd and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-olds is next. We are down to the final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old women. So far, only 5 have gotten inside the 12-minute time cap in this event. Event 7 is the standard. It's a repeat from the 2019 CrossFit Games.
And not the 2019 Masters Division CrossFit Games, the 2019 individual CrossFit Games. And here it is for the 45 to 49 Masters Division. The only change is that instead of 30 reps at every movement, it is 25 reps at every movement.
Overall standings coming in after 6 events. Kelly Friel, who is looking for her 4th straight Masters Championship, has a 30-point lead on Val Vobril. Allie Crawford currently occupies the 3rd and final spot on the podium, with Deanna Posey, Jenna Larson, and Marta Briggs still very much in contention for a spot inside the top 3, as we have 3 events today, and then those cuts at the end of the day, as this field will be shrunk down to 20 athletes, moving on to the 10th and final event.
I mean, even add Val to that, it's 6 spots for, or 6 athletes for 2 spots, because it's only 40 points between them. 3 events today, 4 events still left in this competition. There is a lot of room for movement.
And there is your overall leader, Kelly Friel, 540 points coming in. She won event 5. It was her 14th career win at the CrossFit Games. And as I mentioned, she has won her division at the Games the last 3 years. 2 straight years at the 40 to 44-year-old level. And then last year, taking first place in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
In the last 6 events, 5 of them have been inside the top 5, with just a 12th place finish as her lowest so far.
The staggered start again evens out the distance that the athletes will travel throughout the entirety of this event. And we are underway with the 30 clean and jerks for time. So Val Vobril, looking at her, she's off the screen right now, but she and a couple other athletes are going touch and go on these opening reps. And Val is an athlete who can do some damage when she gets onto the rings.
Yeah, usually I would say touch and go is a terrible idea, but I would never say that to someone like Val Vobril, who has such just a long, I mean, what, you can't, what, 2009, you can't reach too much further back than that with her experience and her success over the years. And it just looked like an opening set of 5 just to maybe knock the rust off, shake off the nerves, find a good rhythm.
Well, already a much faster pace on the barbell here in this final heat than we saw in the first 2. Only 5 women have finished all 75 reps inside the 12-minute time cap. The top time still belongs to Haley Queller out of heat number 1 at 9 minutes 47 seconds. And some of these athletes are already at and beyond the halfway point here.
2:15 is the fastest first 25 we've seen in the first 2 heats.
14 reps at lane 8.
The judge's hand in the air now for Val Vobril, as she is your leader. You can see her judge on the left side of the screen, and there is Vobril in lane 13. Yellow top, black shorts, gray shoes. She's got that one sleeve on the left arm.
That's right, doing it the right way.
Your overall leader, Kelly, hand in the air in lane 12.
Whoa, 1 rep left to go, 150.
I would expect big chunks here on the rings from Val Vobril.
The reason why you would see someone move that quick is because they have the ability and the confidence to perform well on the rings.
Vobril had an outstanding run as an individual from 2010 to 2014. 2010, she finished 3rd overall, and then was never outside the top 5 until 2017, and she was on the podium again in 2013.
She was done at 150, but she didn't hop up to the rings until the 225 mark. So she had a quick set on the bar and then allowed herself to get a big chunk, or say a big rest before she hopped back on the rings.
Looked like she completed 5 reps before she jumped down.
12 minutes on the clock.
And now all the other athletes are done with their 25 clean and jerks, and we'll see who can make quick work of the rings. Kelly Friel, who's your overall leader, she's on the rings. Just got through a couple reps. On the other side of the floor that you're looking at now, but Val Vogel's back up at lane 13.
Out of lane number 13.
She opened with maybe a set of 5, then did a set of 4. Now, part of the namesake of this event being the standard is a lot of old school things are mixed in here. You have Grace to start with the 30 clean and jerks. You've got Isabel to finish with the 30 snatches, but in the middle is 30 ring muscle-ups. And if you've been around the CrossFit scene prior to 2010, 30 ring muscle-ups was a standard for just your everyday gym goer of not only can you do it, but how fast can you do it? And at the time, it's sub 5 minutes was the big benchmark time check for 30 ring muscle-ups. And here we have it in the middle of it. Now, I know it's just 25 reps for this division, but we'll see it bump back up to 30 here soon. And I mention that is because Val is a part of that OG community where this was the standard. So she's very familiar with something like this big set of ring muscle-ups in an event.
And for Vogelrol, she's looking down the floor right at Kelly Friel, the woman that she's chasing in the overall standings.
I love to see that, personally. I know some athletes like, hey, I'm going to stay in my lane, I'm going to run my race. I'm like, no. Running my own race, I'm going to run as fast as I can, but knowing that if there's someone to chase or run away from, then I'm going to run as fast as humanly possible beyond my skill set that I'm aware of. So I really love that. I love to see athletes in general look across the field, see where other athletes pay attention to the clock, knowing the time you have to beat. All of these things can help push you harder than you could ever push yourself in a vacuum.
And between the two, Vogelrol and Friel, Vogelrol looks much more comfortable on the rings than Friel. Friel's doing maybe 1-2 reps at a time. She's on the right side of the screen in lane 14 in the all yellow, chalking up her hands there. And just did a single. Prior to that, she nearly got stuck in the dip and failed a rep, but she was able to work her way through it.
It's a little missed the rings on that one. And it's just time. I mean, she hasn't hopped back on in a while, but this is what you're supposed to do when you fail a rep or nearly fail a rep. A lot of athletes will panic in that position because they feel like if they give more effort and intensity to try harder, they'll be able to get that. And that just doesn't happen with gymnastics movements. You might be able to grit it out and hold on to a kettlebell or a barbell or maybe push the bike a little harder. But when it comes to gymnastics, once they're gone, they ain't coming back in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, Friel's down to singles. Val Vogelrol is now inside 5 reps to go. She has 4 remaining in lane 13. Judge's hand in the air. She's closest to the camera. And now has 2 reps left. So Vogelrol, your leader right now, past the halfway point. Time to beat again is Haley Queller at 9:47.
Now Val did her clean and jerks to start the event fresh in 1 minute and 50 seconds. Some of the faster times we've seen on the 25 snatches is right around 2.5 minutes. So if Val has the ability to move that well at the end, 2.5 minutes to that time to beat is what you're looking at. That's pretty darn close at the moment.
Vogelrol, the first woman to the barbell now. 25 snatches at 95 pounds. Again, Vogelrol coming in second place. Overall, she's 30 points back of Kelly Friel. So Friel has got to think about finishing the event to not surrender too many points to Val Vogelrol. Because right now only 5 women have finished. Vogelrol looks to be the 6th and could actually win this event right now.
She has the opportunity as far as the time to beat. She's got a little over 2 minutes
16 reps in lane 4
to get 20 more reps.
4 reps remaining in lane 2.
Deanna Posey now in lane 11 next to Val Vogelrol is onto the barbell as well. Kelly Friel has yet to get off the rings, your overall leader, and her judge's hand is not in the air. And she is down to singles with sizable breaks in between each one.
Johnny said only 5 had finished, but several have come within the last 5 reps. And if we just have 4 minutes remaining, and at least Friel has 5 ring muscle-ups to do, and if she has to take the breaks that she has been, she's not going to have a bunch of time to make a big chunk. And even in this scoring system, between 1st to 10th place on the leaderboard is about 30 points different. So if Val can get the win here and Friel can't make up or close the distance, even if she's in 10th, she's giving up 30 of those 40 points.
Now Friel's at least got to get a good chunk of reps done on the barbell to not surrender really. Now no rep for Val Vobril, first time we've seen that. Deanna Posey next to her continues to work. And Kelly Friel is now on the right side of your screen. She's in lane 14. She's looking up at the rings in the all yellow, now getting set to hop up. She is through another rep. Now she is inside 5 to go as Kelly Friel. Meanwhile, Val Vobril is getting set to finish the event and pick up a win. 9:47 is the time to beat.
She's at 9:10 on the clock.
Vobril already has an event win in event number 1, and she's about to pick up her second one. Val Vobril is done. 100 points for Val Vobril. Second win here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
4 reps for Kelly in lane 14.
It's a great display of pacing.
Haley Queller is going to lock up second place. That's going to be huge for her as she looks to stay on the right side of the cut lane. Now Kelly Friel, as Deanna Posey comes in, that's going to help Val Vobril. 9:55 unofficially for her. That's going to be good enough for 3rd place in the event. Friel's down to her last handful of reps here on the muscle-ups. She has 2 remaining. We have 4 other women now, 5 on the barbell. So this is good for Val Vobril, who may find herself in the overall lead after this event, as we have now 90 seconds remaining before we hit the time cap.
As Sean, as I said earlier, a 10th place finish is worth 73 points. So Val's got 100. Even if she's 10th, she's picking up 27.
Left side of your screen, lanes 2, Laura Reed and Sonia McMillan, lanes 2 and 4. Reed is in the yellow, McMillan's in the white.
Lane number 3.
60 seconds.
Also lanes 8 and 10, Kim Mullins and Jenna Larson are on the barbell. Now here comes Kelly Friel, and she has 50 seconds to get as many reps as she possibly can. Middle of your screen, lane 14, all yellow, and she is off to a good start here through her first 3 reps at 95 pounds.
But at this time, if you can hang on to the barbell, you have to. At least in the last 30 seconds. Quick singles, you need every single rep you can possibly get, because 15th place is just 58 points. 18th is 41, so you have to get every possible rep you can get.
Well, Laura Reed was able to come across the finish line in lane 2.
Coming across the line, unofficially 11:44.
And I think JC Kale also made it across.
That's what you see in lane 12. Allie Crawford is hanging onto the barbell. That's exactly what you need to have at the end. And now Friel will do it. But she should have been doing that a long time ago. I wasn't sure she had the ability to, and she just did quick singles. But you got to know what you need to do in those situations. And touch and go was the only choice, especially if you have the ability to.
Well, Val Vobril is going to pick up her 2nd win of the competition. It's her 3rd event win of her career. And there's a very good chance that she could have the overall lead heading into event number 8. 45 to 49-year-old women are done. Up next, first of 3 heats for the 40 to 44-year-olds as our coverage of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues. Action continues here on the third of 4 days of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games in Birmingham, Alabama. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Event number 7. It is the standard, and it first showed up in 2019 at the CrossFit Games, not for the Masters, but for the individuals.
And now we are here just 5 years later. And it's the full deal. 30 clean and jerks at 95 pounds. That's Grace. 30 ring muscle-ups. Needs a benchmark name. For those of you out there that make those decisions, benchmark name, please. Shout out to Briggs. 30 snatches at 95 pounds. That's Isabel. All for time, that 12-minute cap.
Lane number 18, Carol.
The first of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women. And at the end of the day, we are cutting down to 20 athletes. And Carrie Mail in lane 10 is the woman who currently occupies that 20th spot on the leaderboard, but she has a very precarious hold on that position.
She does. 304 points is what Carrie Mail currently has. Colleen McQuaid is 11 points back with 293. Chelsea Hansen is 17 points back with 287. And then Kasha Ohala is just 32 points back. We have 3 events today. That's nothing. Nothing as far as a insurmountable amount of points to get in today's, not just today's number of events, but the different types of events that we have.
You notice the staggered start. Some athletes behind the rig, some athletes by their barbells. That is because that allows us to equalize the distance that they all travel throughout the entirety of this event. The first of 2 heats here for the 40 to 44-year-old women. We are now up to 30 reps. If you've been watching some of the earlier heats, the age groups that we just showed you, 25 reps at each movement. We're now back to 30. So the actual same event that we saw in 2019 at the 2019 CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin.
2, 1, go.
All right, heat number 1, women 40 to 44.
30 clean and jerks at 95 pounds. Classic girl benchmark workout race to start. Scanning all the athletes in this heat, and I can see a lot of quick singles. Save your shoulders, save some of the energy, because those 30 ring muscle-ups in the middle is going to be that decider in this particular event. I know there's 30 snatches at the end, but I haven't seen anybody fail snatches so far. It's going to be on the rings.
Although Val Boberl did get a no rep.
She completed the rep. She just got a no rep.
She got a no rep. She got it overhead. It just didn't count.
7 reps in for Curry, lane number 3.
8 reps in.
As you said, Chase, all the athletes choosing to go so far was just quick singles. We did see Vicky Finn in the white and the red. I think right off the bat did, I think maybe 2 or 3, and then decided to opt for singles.
12 reps for Trilteko, lane number 7.
Harley, 12 reps in lane 8.
Around 2 minutes is what you'll see some of these athletes getting off in. 2 athletes outside the cut line, lane 9, Chelsea Hansen, and lane 11, Colleen McQuaid. I'll give you one guess for who McQuaid is out there, Sean.
17 reps in for
Possibly the one with the beautiful red hair out there in the center.
Flynn, 19 reps in lane 14.
16 reps for King, lane number 15.
That's lane 9. That's Chelsea Hansen, who is on the wrong side of the cut line right now, but not by much. He's got 287 total points.
17 points outside of Carrie Mail, who's in this heat on the other side in lane number 10.
Number 19.
And in the air, lane 18.
Lane 18, Kel Paiva's judge has her hand in the air. She's inside 5 reps to go. And then on the other side of the floor, in lane 19, Raquel Farias, her judge's hand is in the air. There's Paiva,
1 rep in lane 12.
who has a lot of ground to make up. She's 35th place overall, so 15 points back. or 15 spots back, I should say. As she's on her final rep, she'll make her way to the rings. And also in lane 12, you have Kaja Ohala heading to the rings. 2 athletes done now, 3. As in lane 10, Carrie Mail, who currently sits in 20th place, is on the rings. And in lane number 6, Jordis Óskarsdóttir, there in the background in the long black pants. She's moving to the rings as well. So 30 reps now that need to be completed.
Kasia Ohala is 32 points out of that 20th spot.
Here they are, working through those.
McQuaid and Hansen to the rings. Both athletes outside the top 20 and 21st and 22nd.
Lane number 5.
I believe in lane 13, that's Katrina Leclerc
Coming back to her race, lane number 3.
going through her ring muscle ups.
Oh, got the names backwards. Sorry, Katrina.
It happens. Hey, it's not going to get worse than the Sean Ramirez episode from the other night, all right? So we're
Shout out to Sean Ramirez, who gave us a wonderful
wiffle bat. That was good.
wiffle bat yesterday.
Signed by him.
Yes, after us. Baseball was never my sport because I couldn't hit the ball either.
No.
So the struggles continue for myself.
30 ring muscle-ups need to be completed. Here's the first of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women. Left side of your screen in lane 13, that's Katrina Leclerc. Leclerc's in 25th place overall with 251 points. She's 53 back of Mayo for that 20th and final spot inside the cut line. Cuts happening at the end of the day. We still have 2 events remaining after this.
For King, lane number 15.
This is Leclerc's second appearance at the CrossFit Games. She's in lane 13, continuing to work her way through those ring muscle-ups. She took 14th the last time she was at the games. That was in 2018 in the 35 with the 39-year-old division. And she's good at gymnastics. Her best event finish was 3rd in the handstand walk back in 2018.
One completing rep number 8 here, lane number 17.
Other side of the floor in lane 18. She's on the far right side of your screen. You can just see her. That's Carol Paiva. She was the first woman to get done with her 30 clean and jerks.
Leclerc, 14 reps in. Lane number 13.
Carly in lane 8.
Katrina Leclerc is now just about halfway through those 30 reps. As we're nearly halfway through the event. 6 minutes
Hansen in lane number 9.
will mark the midpoint.
We're coming up on that 6-minute mark.
Leclerc in lane 13. White top. Yellow shorts and red hair. Going to the chalk bucket, taking a break. Next to her in lane number 11. That's Colleen McQuaid.
15 reps in for lane number 3. Kate Curry.
McQuaid, 11 points out of 20th. Athlete she's chasing is across the floor with Carrie Mail.
Óskarsdóttir, 19 reps.
Jordis Óskarsdóttir is
30.
through 20 reps right now. She's in lane number 6 on the right side of your screen.
And added these extra 5 than we've seen in the first couple of divisions is a big change. It is a big difference. And ask anybody who's 25 reps on their way to 30. If they can stop right here, they'll gladly take that opportunity to move on to the barbell.
Óskarsdóttir continuing to chip away as we head back to the other side of the floor. And Katrina Leclerc is getting closer to that 30 rep mark now with 5 minutes to go. First of 2 heats for these 40 to 44-year-old women. First of 3 events that they'll face today. After this, it's over on the other floor, and we'll have coverage of that floor starting here in a little bit. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez will have that on the other stream. That's the Tozabar bar-facing burpees and clean workout.
No, heavy single clean, and we also have a max front squat as well today.
All right, Jessica, we're sitting at 24 reps for Oscar Daughter and Lane is 6.
Jordis Oscar Daughter's nearly done with this. That should be rep 25, and her judge's hand should be in the air right now, as it is. The Oscar's Daughter in lane number 6, middle of your screen now.
8-minute mark, 20 reps.
That's 5 reps remaining.
In lane 2.
She's your leader in the heat with less than 4 minutes to go before we hit the cap.
Garrett in lane 4, 13 reps. Oscar Daughter, 4 reps remaining in lane 6.
Last 5 ring muscle ups here for Katrina.
Right side of your screen, Katrina Leclerc's judge's hand is in the air as well.
3 reps remaining in lane 6. Oscar Daughter should move on.
And both she and Oscar's Daughter are down to singles on these muscle ups.
Nothing wrong with singles, especially if it can keep you moving. Sometimes you'll see athletes that are adverse to, it's like, oh, singles are below me. I can't possibly have that many breaks in transition. Yes, you can. You can absolutely do that.
Watch me.
Yeah, exactly. Don't tempt me with a time of which I can move faster, even if it is 1 rep at a time.
Well, Jordis Oscar's Daughter is 28th place overall coming in, but she's 100 points out of a spot inside the top 20. So she's really got to string together some solid events here on Saturday. 1 rep remaining for her. Katrina Leclerc on the right side of your screen has 2 remaining. Oscar's Daughter's done. She'll be the first woman back to the barbell to start her 30 snatches at 95 pounds. She has less than 3 minutes to get those done. She'll get right to work.
At that 9.5-minute mark.
1 final muscle up to go.
Oscar's Daughter's best finish in an event was the 13th. That was in event 2 on Thursday.
And it's going to be close with 2.5 minutes left before we hit that 12-minute cap. Most of these athletes were done with the 30 clean and jerks fresh at 2.5 minutes. So this might be a situation where you're just trying to get as many reps as you can possibly get in the remaining 2 minutes.
And Katrina Leclerc is now done with her 30 ring muscle up. She's right back to the barbell. And Carrie Mail is done as well. So Mail, who sat in 20th place overall, this is great for her, as she is now in 3rd place in the heat.
But what what Leclerc needs to do is at least stay ahead of Carrie Mail.
Now in lane 9, Chelsea Hansen on the barbell.
Leclerc is about 53 points behind Carrie Mail. Now this is the first event of 3 for the day, so any points you can get it while you can. Hansen, another one of those athletes on the left side of your screen that is on the outside of that 20 cut line.
22nd place overall, 17 points back of Mail for 20th. Now 1 minute to go. And Jordis Oscar's Daughter is your leader. She's on the right side of your screen. She's in the long black pants and the yellow top.
We're coming on to 45 seconds.
Now Vicky Finn in the white and red. She's onto the barbell as well, and next to her in lane 16 is Autumn Spence. About 30 seconds to go as now more athletes are finishing up those 30 ring muscle ups. In lane 12, Kasha Ohala just got to the barbell.
Trying to make up the ground, not set that barbell down.
Well, Oscar's Daughter, I believe, is still the leader, but there's some good paces out here right now on the barbell as we have less than 15 seconds to go. Now 10 seconds. So it doesn't look like anybody in this first of 2 heats is going to finish this event inside the allotted time, but we'll have to see how many reps Oscar's Daughter was able to amass in that time. She was the first woman to the barbell.
Oscar Daughter hanging with 19.
She got through 19, did Oscar's Daughter, of her 30 reps.
I believe had 21 reps there on those
And
sections.
Leclerc, we're hearing, just edging her out by 2. She got through 21 of those 30 reps.
Big for Leclerc. Leclerc sitting in 25th place with 251. 53 points out of that 20th spot. So Leclerc picking up those extra reps to get ahead of Oscarsdottir. That's big.
21 reps in the final 30 is our top score with 1 heat remaining for the 40 to 44-year-old women. One heat down, 1 remains here for the 40 to 44-year-old women as we work our way through the 7th of 10 events. It is the standard, an event that first showed up at the 2019 CrossFit Games for the individuals. 90 total reps you got to get through here.
30 clean and jerks at 95 pounds, 30 ring muscle-ups, and 30 snatches to finish things off. This 12-minute cap might be the hardest part of the event itself, because that is a fast time cap, as nobody finished in the previous heat.
Katrina Leclerc got the farthest in the event. She got 21 of her 30 reps on the snatches done in heat number 1. The overall standings coming into this event has Carly Newlands sitting atop the overall leaderboard with 519 points. She's 38 up on Carlene Matthews, who sits in second place. Andrea Pinheiro currently occupies the final spot on the podium, with Jamie Latimer just 18 points behind her.
This is one of those events that can completely change the top of the leaderboard just by the nature of these 30 ring muscle-ups in the middle.
Kelly Jackson there in lane 17. Jackson in 14th place overall coming in.
Athletes stand by. 3.
Former individual competitor in 2014 and 2015 as we are underway. And she is starting with some touch and go reps.
Finishing out the work back at the barbell for 30 snatches.
What you see some athletes do is that not necessarily going to go touch and go the whole time, but maybe quick sets of 6, quick sets of 5. If you feel good and you feel confident, not here on the bar, but if you feel like it's not going to take away from your ability to handle yourself on the rings.
It looks like Jackson's going sets of 5 and then dropping the bar.
Now, one thing to keep in mind if you guys are watching at home is that going to save you time? Is that going to save you energy? It's a little bit different for everybody, but just watch the field. Because if we're doing sets of 5, we're taking a little break. The rest of the field are all doing quick singles. So what is that time disparity between someone who's going to do, say, 6 sets of 5 versus 30 quick singles?
And she's down to sets of 3 now is Jackson. And now she's going singles as well.
Overall leader in lane 10, rep 20.
Well, Carly Newlands is your overall leader. She's working out of lane number 10. And as I mentioned, she got a decent cushion right now, but still 4 events remain here.
On the right side in lane 18, Elizabeth Lane is also doing bigger sets with a little bit more of a break in between. And what you see people doing quick singles is just 1 rep, hands on the bar, 1 rep again. And you just got to do the math. Am I resting more to do more reps, or am I going to keep a nice steady pace of quick singles to get the 30 reps done as fast as I can?
And Newland's opting for singles as well. She has yet to finish outside in the top 10, has not won an event here yet. best finish was third place in event 5.
You see a couple hands in the air on the right side. All these athletes are doing singles. Kelly Jackson's judge is also with their hand in the air all at the same time. And on the lane 18, Elizabeth Lane just got to her set of 5 doing big sets. So to the rig at 220. In lane 10, Carly Newlands is your leader. Is done 15, 20 seconds faster than any other athlete that was doing big sets. Point proven, thank you. Stop doing touch and go to start this event. Just do singles. You work too hard and you're slower.
Hope Cicero in lane 6 and Jamie Latimer in lane 12 were close behind Carly Newlands, who's now working on her 30-ring muscle ups on the left side of your screen in lane 10. Yellow shorts, white shirt, and the black headband. She's your overall leader. 38 points up on Carleen Matthews for that top spot. All the women are done with their 30 clean and jerks except for one, and that's Heidi Kirchhoff down in lane number 2, and she just closed out her set of 30. Well, heat number 1, no one was able to finish inside the 12-minute time cap. Katrina Leclerc got the farthest. She got through 21 of her final 30 reps.
Now this is a different universe versus the barbell work. You can be great on a bar, cycle a barbell, and just not have the skill set or the stamina to navigate 30 ring muscle ups in the middle of this event, let alone what will be happening at the end with those 30 snatches at 95 pounds.
Cicero, 9 reps in.
I hope Cicero just heard 9 reps in. She's down in lane 6 on the other side of the floor you're looking at now.
Kelly, lane 7 reps in. We got 14 reps in.
Newlands, meanwhile, is about halfway through.
And we're not even the 5-minute mark yet. That's a good sign for Newland. And the question is, how did we get there? The same thing applies on these 30 ring muscle ups is, what's the sets? Do we do 2s, 3s? Do I feel great and I'm doing 5s? What are those last few reps gonna look like? Am I pressing out? Am I barber chair pumping my way up to the top of that ring dip? Okay, maybe I need to knock off 2 to 3 reps of my sets when that starts to happen.
Newlands, who is your overall leader, is making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games. Carleen Matthews, who's in lane number 11. She's got the pink shoes on, white shirt, black shorts. Currently sits in second place. Matthews is a 3-time individual competitor at the CrossFit Games. Her best finish was in 2016 when she took 23rd overall. As a master, her best finish was in 2019 when she was second place in the 35 to 39-year-old division.
Heard Matthews just hit the 15 rep mark.
Just over that 5.5-minute mark. 5.5 minutes in.
Again, these ladies are going to 30 of these ring muscle ups before they finish it out with those 30 snatches.
Carleen Matthews continuing to work next to her in lane number 9 in the long black pants and the white top. There's Andrea Pinheiro.
Carly Newlands in lane 10, 21 reps in.
We're at that halfway point, 6 minutes. We're at that halfway point, 6 minutes.
More than halfway through the event now, 12-minute time cap. Carly Newlands taking a break, chalking up her hands there in lane 10. Yellow shorts, white shirt, black headband, shaking out her arms.
On the other side of the floor, Andrea Pinheiro just got to 20.
Well, there's a judge's hand in the air in lane 3. That's Renee Martin. She's at the far end of the floor. Pardon me, that's lane 1. It's Elia Navarro, whose judge's hand is in the air.
3 hands in the air on this side.
Also in lane 9, Andrea Pinheiro. Now, final 2 reps for Elia Navarro, who looks to be the first woman to get to the barbell. Now the other side of the floor, in lane 16, Amanda Cummins has now 4 reps remaining.
12, she was 4th coming into this event.
Cummins is in the all yellow with the black weight belt in lane 16. Now just stepping up to her riser to get to her rings. As Elia Navarro is now done. So Navarro will be the first woman to start those 30 snatches. She first showed up in the games as a master in 2018, took 6th place overall. She's never won an event. Her best finish was 2nd place in jump finish in 2018.
And Navarro could use a good finish as she's sitting in 19th overall, as we are cutting to 20 at the end of the day.
Right now, 2 women onto the barbell as in lane number 9, Andrea Pinheiro is on, and here comes Kelly Jackson.
Good set of 30 for Kelly Jackson. Still going for the touch and go. Now here, grip it and rip it, baby. Like, let's just, now we can finish, right? It's the end. There's light at the end of the tunnel. We can manage that. Manage the reps you do versus the reps you take. If you're gonna rest more than you would on quick singles, the math just doesn't work. But if you can hang onto that barbell and knock out a big chunk that maybe catch the ones that are well ahead of you and then start working those singles to the finish.
Janica Austin in the long black pants and the white shirt on the far right of your screen. She got to the barbell, and now overall leader Carly Newlands is there as well. And in lane 16, Amanda Cummins is onto the barbell. No one completed this event inside the 12 minutes in heat number 1. Katrina Leclerc got the farthest with 21 total reps.
And Leclerc got to the bar with about 2.5 minutes left to go, and we still have nearly 3 minutes left. So all these athletes are already near halfway of their snatches before she even got to the barbell.
Looking at lane 5, that's Janica Awesome on the left side of your screen. Inside of her in lane 9 is Andrea Pinheiro. But the leader, the first woman to get to the barbells down in lane number 1, that's Elia Navarro. It's now lane 12 in the middle of your screen. Jamie Latimer in the black shorts and yellow top is on to her final 30 reps. So judge's hand in the air for Andrea Pinheiro. So Pinheiro looking at an event win here. 2 reps remain for her.
Final 2 snatches for lane number 9. Final rep here.
And Pinheiro is in, and Pinheiro will take event 7, 10:08.
2 reps remaining on lane muscle up.
That's her 3rd career event win here at the CrossFit Games. 90 seconds to go. No judges' hands in the air yet. Kelly Jackson continuing to work through. She was the 3rd woman to the barbell. Majority of the field has gotten through those 30 ring muscle ups.
I think Jackson's at 23.
Lane 16, Amanda Cummins, judge's hand is in the air. She looks to be the 2nd woman to finish. That would give her 2nd place in the event.
Looks like Newlands might have her final rep.
And Newlands is done. That's big. That's going to be a 2nd place finish for her. She will increase her overall lead in the standings. Cummins is done. Cummins is in with time to spare. She'll take 3rd place. Kelly Jackson looks to be the next woman to finish up. She's in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Now in the middle, she has 3 reps remaining. 30 seconds left. 1 rep remains for Kelly Jackson. Also over in lanes. There's Jackson, who gets in. That'll be 4th place in the event for her. Now 15 seconds remain. Carlene Matthews has 4 reps to go in lane 11. And she's going to slow. Doesn't look like she's going to make it. Oh, and in lane number 18, Elizabeth Lane just hustled to the bar to get in 1 rep.
I think Cicero squeezed in there over in lane number 6 just before that time cap.
But Andrea Pinheiro is going to win the event. She was in 3rd place overall. Carlene Matthews did also finish. So it looks like the top 3 are going to remain the same, but it's going to get a little tighter between Matthews and Pinheiro. It's going to get for compressed. 2nd place.
Newlands will give up a couple points to Pinheiro.
But she will widen her lead over Carlene Matthews.
And that's good for Kelly Jackson, who was sitting in 14th. But a top 3 finish is going to be great, especially for the athletes that she was well ahead of.
Well, Andrea Pinheiro picking up her 3rd career event win at the CrossFit Games. The 40 to 44-year-olds are done. Up next, the 35 to 39-year-old age group takes the floor here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Event number 7 on day 3 of competition continues here in Birmingham, Alabama at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The 35 to 39-year-old age group is up next to take on 90 reps. The format might look familiar to those of you who watched the 2019 CrossFit Games. It's the standard.
And it might be familiar to a couple athletes in this division. Now that we're past 5 years, 30 clean and jerks at 95 pounds. That's the benchmark. Grace in the middle, you have 30 ring muscle-ups and 30 snatches at 95, finishing with the benchmark Isabel.
Couldn't be simpler.
Yeah, just 3 little mini benchmarks all mashed into one event. I love this event. It's such a fantastic test to give these athletes. I loved it when it came out in 2019, and I love it even more that it's out here in the Masters Games this year.
First of 3 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women, and like the other age groups, we are cutting down at the end of the day. Top 20 women will move on, and the women in this heat are trying to get inside of that cut line.
And one of those athletes holding court for the 20th place is Chelsea Hughes, who has 265 points. 1 point behind her is Amy Martin. 10 points back, Melody Andrini.
30 seconds.
14 points back. I mean, it is very close, and it is very important that you take advantage of every opportunity you get to move yourself further towards or further away up the leaderboard from that 20th place cut line.
10 seconds. Athletes, stand by.
13 women on the floor here for this first of 3 heats. And again, the staggered start is so that there's equal distance traveled throughout the entirety of this event as you work your way through those 90 reps.
Those little things you got to think about as a programmer and an event director. It's just those things. I mean, when we see, how many events have we seen come down to seconds at a finishing place, and those seconds matter. So staggering something like that to make it even across the board for everybody is a very, very good move here.
So 30 reps at 95 pounds on the clean and jerk to open us up here. 12-minute time count.
Number 7.
And it seems like people are listening, Chase. It looks like singles all over the floor.
I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm trying to help you guys. No one has won this event. No one that did touch and go reps in the first 30 clean and jerks. Not a soul.
No reason to start a petition or anything.
Yeah, if you don't get all mad because I'm telling you how to be better. Just say thank you, I'll say you're welcome, and then you'll win instead of get third. Now, Sean, I'm just looking at some of the times from 2019 when this was done for the women. Tia Claire Toomey, 8:25, which is rather offensive,
yes,
honestly. Speaking of being offensive, that time, we'll start a petition for that one. But at the slowest time, 10th was just under 11 minutes. So just putting into perspective how tight the time cap is, but also it'd be interesting to see how far these athletes have come in the last 5 years in the 35 to 39 division.
It's going to be day 3. World War number 3 of this event.
This is the first of 3 events that these athletes will face today. One final event on Sunday. Up after this one, we'll have action going on the other stream. That's on the other floor. You can see it in the background there of your screen.
And in the air, lane 8.
And that will be the toes to bar burpee heavy clean workout. The challenge is presented in event number 8. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez will be on the call for that. And then Chase and I later in the day will bring you that 1 rep max front squat event. The judges' hands starting to go in the air. Lane 16, that's Laura Stevenson. And in lane 12, Lacey Trulove is heading to the rings, along with lane 8, Camilla Murakami. The first 2 women done. Other end of the floor, we have some women finishing up in lane number 6. Alize Adriani, Taj Bell, and Belinda Becker in lane 17. Now 30 muscle-ups. So on the left, in lane 12, left side of the screen, that's Lacey Trulove. Lane 14 in the middle is Nadia Gracio, and lane 16, Laura Stevenson.
Everybody done around 3 minutes in the opening, 30 clean and jerks. It's a good pace to start things out. 1 rep every 6 seconds. It's a manageable pace that's not going to overly tax you going into the ring muscle-ups. And as we said before, this is the event. 30 ring muscle-ups. We haven't seen anybody fail reps when it comes to the snatches. And it's, can you manage this? And really it's, can you push yourself to the absolute brink before failure to move through these ring muscle-ups as fast as you possibly can? Because no matter how tired you make yourself in this, it's not going to greatly affect your ability to do snatches at the end.
We passed the 4-minute mark, 12 minutes allotted here in this event. Now you're starting to see the pace slow a little bit on the range. We saw some athletes hop up and rip off a good set of 4 or 5. And now a lot of just looking at the rings, still plenty of time. Well, lane 12, Lacey Trulove is looking pretty good on the rings, and she's now taking a break. She's in the middle there in the white headband. Pardon me, that's lane 10, the white headband. That's Sonia Karaskova. Karaskova's now back up on the rings, left side of the screen. Trulove's in the middle. She's in lane 12. She's at Eat, Sleep, CrossFit in London, Ontario.
10 reps in for Sonia in lane 10. We're at that 5-minute mark, 5 minutes in.
Couple things you look at and just seeing how these athletes are handling the ring muscle-ups it's twofold, is how high they receive that dip position on the turnover. Do they land really low in that dip position, almost where their shoulders are inside the rings, or can they land above and on top of it? That's just it's such a huge advantage if you can land over on top of the rings for that dip. And the other is the speed of the dip out of the bottom itself. And as an athlete, just knowing that feels like, but on the flip side, as a coach, if you're behind your athlete and watching them, looking for those things and say, hey, listen, that last one took a little toll. I think you got 2 again, but let's add 10 more seconds to our break. before we hop back on the rings. Or the opposite, hey, let's go to singles.
We're starting to see some athletes struggle a little bit with the dip portion. We're nearly halfway through the event.
20 reps in for Becker down here in lane number 17. Again, these ladies are going to 30 reps.
I just saw a failed rep in lane 9 with Holly Henderson. And once that happens, depending on how it did, because sometimes you just get a little out of control. We pull it a little too early through the middle, and it was more of just a misstep than an actual failure. Or it's, hey, listen, we hit that line. Let's back off for about 20 more seconds, reset, and get back into it.
Still no judges' hands in the air here.
40 reps for Stevenson in lane 16.
I really like how smooth Laura Stevenson is in lane 16.
She's through 20 of her 30 reps right now. Other side of the floor in lane 17. Keep an eye on Belinda Becker. As she's a games athlete from 2023. She took 7th in the 35 to 39-year-old division. But her best event finished that year, 4th place in 2 of them, one of which was the gymnastics chipper.
But if you've got your gymnastics dialed in, especially on the women's side, because sometimes we have big sets of gymnastics, particularly ring muscle-ups, they'll do less than the men. It's equal across the board, which is fantastic. But that just means is this could be a bit more of a challenge.
Lane 8, Camila Murakami's judge's hand is in the air as she is your leader right now through this portion of the event. She has 3 reps remaining to get to that 30 rep mark before she will head back to the barbell. Meanwhile, Belinda Becker down in lane 17, her judge's hand is in the air as well. And Becker's taking a break. She's off screen on the left side. Now getting set to get back to work. As Murakami is down to 2 reps to go. Becker has 2 reps as well, and she's going to stay on the rings, far left side of your screen. She has 1 remaining.
Got several hands in the air, and we saw this in the 40 to 44, where about 4 to 5 athletes all get to the bar within 1 or 2 reps of each other, and that's where this gets exciting.
Now, Alize Adriani's judge's hand is in the air as well down in lane 6. Lacey Trulove's judge's hand is in the air. As in lane number 8, Camila Murakami is going to be the first woman back to the barbell along with Belinda Becker. The 2 of them dead even, but Murakami gets to the barbell ahead of Becker and is through 2 reps before Becker gets her hands on the bar for her first rep. The 2 women into the final 30 reps here as we have a little more than 3 minutes remaining before we hit the 12-minute time cap. And now in lane number 11, Rachel Linus is there on the barbell.
Just waiting for that piece of chalk to get stepped on or smashed by the barbell. As it can't get rid of the old affiliate owner eyeballs. It's just right there waiting to get smashed.
Well, Holly Henderson down in lane number 9 is also onto the barbell. 4 women have made it through their 30 ring muscle-ups. And now in lane number 6, Alize Adriani in the all-black is moving to the barbell in lane 16. Here comes Laura Stevenson in the yellow shorts, black top. She gets right to work on her 30 snatches. The battle for first is going on between Murakami and Becker. Becker in lane 17, all black, middle of your screen.
Sonia in lane 10. Garcia in lane 14. Still working through the ring muscle-ups.
Lane number 8 is Murakami. She's in the long black pants and the yellow shirt, left center of screen. As we now have 2 minutes remaining. First of 3 heats here for the 35 to 39-year-old women. And Becker gets her hands right back on their barbell at that barbell after she dropped it. Still hasn't crushed that piece of chalk.
I mean, I know I should be paying attention to their form, but I can't stop looking at the chalk. I'm going to say 5 reps left to go. That thing's gone. She's just past the halfway mark. 15 reps for Becker.
With 90 seconds to go. The majority of the field is onto the barbell here.
Ooh, that was close.
20 reps in lane 8.
Just her 20 reps for Camila Murakami.
And she's got 10 remaining. So she and Becker continue to fight for the lead here in this opening heat.
20 reps for Becker. So Murakami took a look over at Becker.
Less than a minute to go here. And Belinda Becker fighting with Camilla Murakami, who's at the other end of the floor taking a break. She's got her hands on her knees in the long black pants. She's now heading to the barbell.
You see Becker in the back with the yellow top, black pants. Keeps looking over to the left to see where Becker's at.
And Murakami now starting to go touch and go. And she's going to hang on. Judge's hand in the air. Judge's hand in the air for Becker as well. Murakami's going to win that race. She is in at 11:38. Becker is down to her final rep. And she's going to get it.
And the chalk survived.
Thank goodness.
Can't believe it.
So Becker around 11:46. 11:38 for Murakami is going to set the time to beat heading into heat number 2. And now in lane number 9, Holly Henderson managed to get herself across the finish line. So 3 women finish inside that 12-minute time gap. And it's Camilla Murakami who outduels Belinda Becker at the end to take the heat win.
And Holly Henderson, who ended up failing a muscle up, still able to bounce back and finish this event.
1 heat down, 2 remain for the 35 to 39-year-old women here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
Women.
2 heats remain for the 35 to 39-year-old women as 3 women were able to finish the 90 reps inside the 12-minute time cap in heat number 1. Thanks for being with us, everybody, from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Event number 7.
Lane number 9, Shanna.
Probably looks familiar to
Lane
people.
number 10.
Oh, hello, old friend. The 2019 finale at the CrossFit Games. The standard returns. 30 clean and jerks at 95 pounds, 30 ring muscle-ups, finishing off with 30 snatches. This is the second heat, as you said, Sean.
Lane number 16, Kelsey.
We're cutting to 20 going into the final event tomorrow. This is the first of 3 that they have, so a lot of things can happen. But you want to try to climb up the leaderboard or not bury yourself here. And sitting in 20th is actually going to be in lane number 7, Chelsea Hughes, who has 265 points. But the few women behind her, Amy Morton, 1 point back. Melody Adriani, 10 points back. And Dalila Benfica, 14 points back. And that's just going down to 23rd place.
30 seconds. Athletes.
Hughes has been to the CrossFit Games in every division, one of the few people who has competed as an individual, a master, and on a team. She was on a team in 2014. The first time she made it to the CrossFit Games, took 13th that year. Then 3 years later, qualified as an individual, took 40th. And then her first entrance into the Masters division was in 2021 when she was 8th in the 35 to 39-year-old division.
1, go.
All right, heat number
We are
2.
underway. Time to beat is 11 minutes 38 seconds from Camilla Murakami in heat number 1.
Quick singles across the board. See it, one touch and go. Lane 16, Kelsey Ware.
Oh boy.
I've said my piece already, John. I'm not going to say it again. Until I prove it wrong, I will hold this line for as long as I have to.
Chase Ingram is going to die on the single hill.
Singles are the way to go. I don't even think she's put the bar down yet. That might be the first time.
Lane 12.
Lane 15, middle of your screen, that's Delila Benefica.
Kelly Clark. Lane 10.
Benefica making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games out of Brazil.
13 reps in.
15 reps in, lane number 9.
Jana Pope in lane 9. On the far right side of your screen in the all black, she's now more than halfway through her 30 reps.
13 reps in lane number 11.
90 seconds in.
This is also Pope's first appearance at the CrossFit Games. She's at a hard and heavy CrossFit in Hamburg, Germany.
18 reps for Wilcox.
95 is fairly light for everybody, so making this as easy as possible before we get to the main portion of this event, which is the 30 ring muscle ups.
The judge's hand in the air in lane number 16 for Kelsey Ware. And also in lane 7 for Chelsea Hughes.
Hughes down to her final 3 reps here, lane number 7.
Here we go, right at that 2-minute mark.
Lane 16, there's Kelsey Ware heading back to the ring. She's going to be the first woman through her 30 clean and jerk. She got it done right around the 2-minute mark.
I said before, if we're going to do touch and go, hopefully you're very good on the rings as well, where that's not going to take away from that. Got herself about 20 seconds on Chelsea, so the time she saved, at least for now, and ripping off a huge set to start things off on the rings.
Maybe Morton is also done.
14 is on to her ring muscle.
Lane 12 in the yellow and black, that's Katie Sherritt.
Hughes already 5 reps in.
And so now more women starting to close out their initial sets of 30 clean and jerks. Kelly Clark, she got finished. She's in lane number 10. Other side of the floor, lane 13. Cherie Wilcox is walking back.
At that 3-minute mark, on to her 30 ring muscle ups.
Kelly Clark goes with a set of 3 to open things up. We still have one woman out on the barbell. Now she's done. That was Tammy Giorgos, who just completed her final rep on the clean and jerk. So now 30 muscle ups before it's back to the barbell for 30 snatches at 95 pounds. Second of 3 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old division. 11:28 is the top time out of heat number 1 from Camilla Murakami.
Tammy was last off the bar, sitting in 15th. About 50 points clear of Chelsea in 20th.
Rep 12 for Ware in 16.
Just heard that Ware is at 12 on her muscle ups.
She's over in lane 16. With Chelsea Hughes in lane 7 is also someone to keep an eye on. As we mentioned, she's right on that cut line. But lane 16, right side of your screen in the all black, that's Kelsey Ware. She's your leader right now. She was the first woman done with the 30 clean and jerks, and she completed those in about 2 minutes. Kelsey Ware's first appearance at the games.
Chelsea Hughes just passed 16 reps. So closing the gap on Ware.
Now Hughes is on the right side in lane number 7. She's also in the all black.
Working on rep 10 in lane 6 for Melody at that 5-minute mark.
Chelsea Hughes in the long black pants.
Chelsea looks great on the rings. Got a little stuck on that last one, so whether that's 3 or 4 reps she was doing in the sets, to me as an athlete, if I hit a rep like that on the last one, I'm just chopping one off on the next set. I'm not going to hit 4 if that was my 4th rep. I'm going to go for 3 on the next one.
17 reps in. For Morton in lane 14 at that 5.5. Going to hold that 5.5. Minutes on the clock. Once again, we got 12 minutes.
Hughes is back up on the ring. She had a 7-3 last time. We'll see what she goes with here.
Where is it?
There you go.
And there it is.
Dropping off 1. And even that second one was a bit more of a challenge. That's the game you play as an athlete, as a competitor on the floor, is that, you know, look, maybe I had a game plan of 10 sets of 3. That's not always going to go according to plan. So adapting on the fly is a big part of being successful out here on the competition floor.
Hughes is back to work. The long black pants in the middle of your screen. Another set of 2.
Second one getting still a little bit more challenging than the set before. Depending on how many she has left, she could handle either set of 2, maybe have to rest a little bit more to make sure she does. But then the question comes in is like, is it her first rep looks fantastic each time? Chelsea's back on the ring. She nice dip out on the first one, then that second one poses a bigger challenge.
Lane 12.
Still no judge's hands in the air. Well, we now have one. It's Chelsea Hughes is judge in lane number 7. She has 5 reps remaining, so she's the leader right now in this heat.
But keep in mind, Chelsea was 20 seconds behind Kelsey Ware after the clean and jerks.
And Kelsey Ware still has a decent number of reps left.
Heard Kelly Clark just hit 21.
Well, Clark has been really consistent. She's in lane 10 in the white and the black on the right side of your screen. She's been pretty consistent with her sets of 3.
And on the right side, it looks like a hands in the air for Amy Morton, who's in 14th, 1 point outside that 20th place cut line, as Chelsea Hughes has 2 more reps to go.
Also in lane 15, Dalila Benefica's getting set to finish up, and now in lane 16, Kelsey Ware, her judge's hand is in the air, but she has 5 remaining. And final rep for Amy Morton in lane 14. She'll be the first woman back to the barbell to start her 30 snatches. 7 minutes and 42 seconds have gone by. 11:38 is the time to beat from Murakami. Here come Hughes and Benefica.
Hughes taking a look over her right shoulder. She knows exactly where she's at. She knows exactly what's on the line. All these athletes do.
The top 3 women on the screen. Now on the other side, it's Chelsea Hughes in the upper right, and it's Dalila Benefica in the middle.
Let's check over a look to the right side, and Kelsey Ware is now down to singles.
So Carol Castellani in lane 8 in the long black pants. She's now on to her final set of 30.
8.5 minutes in.
Chelsea at the top part of your screen, sitting at 20th, 1 point ahead of Amy Morton, who's on the right side in the center lane.
And Kelsey Ware is now onto the barbell. She was the first woman through her clean and jerks, and now she's going unbroken again on the barbell. That's her 4th rep, and now she's going to take a break.
We can't do that early, try to catch up to the field and then battle with singles for the remainder.
And Kelly Clark is also onto the barbell in lane 10, white shirt, black top, and she just knocked out about 3 reps before she dropped the bar.
And I like that move here at this point in time. Not on the clean and jerks, not on the rings, but here is that maybe I'm 3 to 5 reps behind everybody. Try to do a set of touch and go, and then get back to quick singles.
Number 7. 18 reps in, lane
Chelsea Hughes on the left side of your screen was one of the first women to the barbell. And as we mentioned, she is the woman who's sitting right on the cut line in 20th place. So has some chance to give herself a little insurance points here.
Just heard Ware hit 15 reps.
Here for lane number 7.
Clark sitting at 13 reps.
2 minutes to go. Time to beat again is 11:38 from Camilla Murakami in heat number 1. This is the second of 3 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women.
Big Morton on the right side in the center just hit her 20th.
Dalila Benefica's judge's hand is in the air. She's in the lead now in lane 15 with now 4 reps remaining.
And Benefica is sitting in 23rd at the moment, 14 points out of that cut line.
The Chelsea Hughes' judge's hand is in the air as well. The final rep for Benefica, and she's going to be your new event leader as she comes across at 10:41. And Chelsea Hughes looks to be the next woman to finish. She's on her final rep in lane 7. And Hughes is in at 11 flat.
1 rep for Amy Morton in lane 14.
Amy Morton in lane 14 will be the next woman across. She is in at 11:09. So top 3 times so far in this heat, top 3 in the event, and now Kelsey Ware is across.
Kelsey Ware closed really hard on those last 30 snatches, so good for her to get a quick set and just hang on to the end.
Kelly Clark is cutting through her final reps as well.
One more rep and she'll be in.
As Carol Castellani is on, and Kelly Clark will finish. And on the other side of the floor in lane 9, Jana Pope got in. That's going to be a tight race between Clark and Pope. 15 seconds remain before we hit the time cap. Katie Sherritt comes across.
Athletes really counting down. 3, 2, 1. Time. Put your hands together.
Dalila Benefica is now your new event leader at 10 minutes, 41 seconds. 1 heat remains for the 35 to 39-year-old women. We will have it for you next. Time for the final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old women in event 7. The first of 3 events that they will face here on day number 3 of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event 7, 90 total reps, 3 different movements.
Seen it again. I love to see it here for the Masters Games. 30 clean and jerks at 95 pounds, 30 ring muscle ups. So that's the big dog in the middle. and then 30 snatches at 95. Whatever you got left, give it. 12-minute time cap. Very quick time cap, but it's not going to matter for your top athletes in this heat.
The top two athletes in this division have started to separate themselves. They're two former team athletes who are both making their first appearances as masters at the games. Caroline Klutz is only 6 points up on Andrea Nisler.
And here's the wild thing. I was talking to Andrea yesterday. 6 points back in 3 events. She has been 1 second or 1/10 of a second in second place in multiple events. So she's like, I keep getting the short end of these really close finishes. So imagine what that could have been if those were the opposite. And what she said is that I'm going to start doing some events where I'm not going to keep cutting it that close.
Well, her worst event finish came on the opening event. That was event 3 that we started with back on Thursday. That was a 10th place finish. Everything else has been 5th or better, and she has an event win in event number 5 yesterday.
And it took some guts to get there. She was behind going into 75 wall ball shots at the end of the chipper by about 10 or so reps. It took Caroline Klutz, actually, and then just decided that if I want to win this, I'm going to need to go unbroken. She pulled it off.
Go.
Heat 3 is underway. Again, the staggered start. Make sure that the distance is even, that all the athletes travel throughout the entirety of the event. Time to beat belongs to Dalila Benefica at 10 minutes, 41 seconds, and Nisler is not listening to Chase.
Listen, there's a few people that I won't tell what to do at any point in time, and Andrea Nisler might be on the top 3 of that list. In my top 3, I mean first, second, and third.
Rep number 7.
And this is out back on the barbell.
11 reps in.
And I imagine we'll see some judges' hands in the air much more quickly than we did in the last couple of heats. Nisler taking another break, but right back on the bar. Lane number 6, that's Christelle L. Debs in the all black that you're looking at now. And she is going with the singles, as is the majority of the field right now. Well, we know the time that Andrea Nisler spent with Mayhem. One of the movements that I know they love to do is get up on the rings and knock out some muscle ups.
I was listening to one of their coaches talking about just in their general training on a weekly basis that they try to accumulate 100 ring muscle ups weekly in their training. That's just the standard when it comes to the competitive scene there at Mayhem.
And Andrea Nisler is inside 5 reps. Next to her in lane 13 is Sammy Scorzelli, as Nisler now has 2 reps to go. She looks to be the first woman to advance to the rings, but not by much, as more judges' hands now are in the air. So Nisler is done right around the 2-minute mark.
Oh my goodness, 2 minutes is like, that's a wonderful grace time for any other normal person. Let alone to do 30 ring muscle-ups and then Isabel on the back half of this.
If I had a 2-minute grace, I would retire and never do another workout
I would retire
again.
A happy, fit man.
Over in lane 10, Caroline Klutz, who is your overall leader, is right behind Andrea Nisler. Nisler has gotten to work, though, on her rings before Klutz, who's in, again, lane number 10 on the right side of your screen. She's in the white and the black, has yet to hop up to the rings, but Nisler, meanwhile, on the other side of the floor, continues to work, and now she's taking a break.
She did 7 ring muscle ups to open up.
And here goes Caroline Klutz in lane 10, 6-point lead on Andrea Nisler coming into the event.
We're at that 3-minute mark. Our athletes chipping away.
In the prior heat, it was Kelsey Ware who had about the same time on the barbell as Andrea Nisler.
Yeah.
But was not able to maintain that lead.
7 reps in at lane 12 for
And a lot of that came on how she also, similar approach on the rings, 2 biggest sets early, fell off the pace late, but she actually made up a decent amount of ground in the snatches in the previous heat.
Right at that 3.5. That's 3.5 minutes on that clock.
Nissler's already passed 10 reps.
Reps in as well in lane number 5.
And she's getting set for her third trip up to the rings. Right in the middle of your screen, Andrea Nissler.
14 reps in for Nissler. Lane number 11.
That looks like 15 total for Andrea Nissler, already at the halfway point at the 4-minute mark.
Working through at that 4-minute mark.
Looking at the other side of the floor where the woman she's chasing is Caroline Klutz. And she is now back up on the rings.
11 reps in for Scorsese down there in lane number 13.
Klutz in lane 10 in the white top and black shorts win with a 7-3.
Minute mark, lane 12.
So as Nissler is back up and continuing to work here in lane number 11 on the other end of the floor.
19 reps in for Nissler.
Set of 4.
She's got 19 down, does Andrea Nissler. Nissler in lane 11 on the right side of your screen. She's in the all black.
That's 5.
And then on the left in lane 10 is our overall leader, Caroline Klutz, in the white top and the black shorts. Only 6 points separate the two of them, and that's just 2 spots in an event.
Klutz just dropped to a set at 2, so she done a set at 3 previously, as Nissler's already back on the rings.
In lane 8, shipping away smooth at that 5.5.
She'll do a set of 3, so Nissler's still doing 1 rep more than Klutz each time they get up on the ring, and that should be 22 for Andrea Nissler.
19 takes a quick break at that 5.5 minute mark. Murillo, she takes the break. In lane 8.
24 reps in for Nissler.
And Nissler now
in the air.
is through 25 of her 30 reps.
Final 5 muscle-ups back here. Then we are
Chalking up her hands again. We're not even halfway through. We're approaching the 6-minute mark. The time to beat is Dalila Benefica at 10:41, but
We're halfway there.
don't get too attached to that.
6 minutes in. Riley.
Nissler back up.
23 reps.
Left side of your screen in lane 11.
Sure, Mackenzie Riley on the right side of your screen is at 23 reps.
muscle-ups back here for Nissler. Lane number 11.
Nissler's down to 2 remaining. Mackenzie Riley, she's working at a lane number 12. Another former individual CrossFit Games competitor.
Hand in the air for Riley in lane 12.
And now she has 5 remaining.
Hand in the air for Nicola in lane
She was at the games from 2016 to 2021. She started her career, did Mackenzie Riley on a team in 2016. She took 5th place overall that year, and then had 4 straight years as an individual, as Andrea Nissler is now done.
So Nissler's done. Riley has 27 reps. Amelia Lampinen has 26.
Angelica, 4 reps in lane 16.
Well, this is big for Andrea Nissler, who may find herself in the overall lead after this event because Caroline Klutz is falling back. Nissler only needs 2 people between herself and Klutz in this event to overtake her for the lead.
And it's good for Nissler is where she's at on the floor. She is looking straight across the competition floor at Caroline Klutz, so she knows she's still on the rings. She's the only one out on the floor doing snatches. So the only really thing standing between her and a first place finish is either Klutz or the clock.
And now Mackenzie Riley is done as she moves into 2nd place in the heat. She'll join Nissler on the barbell along with Jasmine Sheehan
In lane 14.
in lane 7.
Here she comes. Haley Murillo, 2 reps.
Sheehan to the bar. Amelia Lampinen also to the bar with Angelica Bankston.
We have 5 women here into the final 30 reps. Your leader is Andrea Nissler.
Rep number 14 for Nissler. We are about
And Nissler's now halfway through those 30 reps. She's in the all black. Next to her is Jasmine Sheehan in the white and the yellow. And now Caroline Klutz, meanwhile, back at the rig, is getting set to finish up her muscle ups.
2 final muscle-ups back here for home in lane number 9.
Here comes Haley Murillo in lane 8.
Haley Murillo
Her barbell at 8.
is all done. She's in lane 8 in the all black, adjusting her weight belt there in the background. Well, Andrea Nisler is closing in on that 30 rep mark and her second event win here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
These final reps, you're just clawing and scratching and do everything you can to just get the next rep started as soon as you can.
Well, Mackenzie Riley is through, I believe, 15 of those 30 reps.
Rep 15 for Angelica.
6 more remain
9-minute mark.
for Andrea Nisler. That should be rep 25. The 5 remain for Nisler. She's got more than a minute to do them to bring home the event win. And now Caroline Klutz is just getting to the barbell.
And Nisler's complaining about getting edged out 3 separate times by less than a second each round. I think we started this for a no doubt.
And final rep for Nisler, no doubt on this one, as she's going to win event 7 and should be your overall leader heading into the next event.
Sub 10.
16 reps, Murillo. 15 reps. Klutz.
So Caroline Klutz
7 reps.
is in the white and the black on your screen, and she's behind all the other women here who are on the barbell. Now, 2 reps remain in lane 14 for Amelia Lepinen.
Riley hands in the air.
She's down to her final rep.
14 lasting final reps.
And Lepinen is done, and she'll get across in 10:16.
Riley 3 reps.
And Mackenzie Riley is putting the finishing touches
Unofficially 10:23.
on her set of 30. She has 1 rep remaining. Riley in the middle of the screen in the long black pants. That'll do it for her. She's in at 10:31. The top 3 women in this heat, top 3 overall. That's Alila Benefica now slides to 4th.
Looks like she's got 3 reps remaining. 2 reps remaining.
Bankston's got
Less than 90
2 reps remaining.
And in the air for Murillo.
Haley Murillo's judge's hand is in the air.
And she's set up on 1 minute.
Murillo in the all black on the left side as Bankston steps across the finish line, and that means that Andrea Nisler is going to be your overall leader heading into event 8.
Haley, tap and go. 1 more rep.
Murillo on her final rep.
And she is done.
And she is in as we have less than a minute to go.
7 unofficial, she's done.
Now Caroline Klutz, your overall leader in the white and the black,
45 seconds.
has 45 seconds to get her final reps in here. Left side of the screen in lane 9, that's Julia Holm.
And in the air for
Holm currently sits in 3rd place overall with 498 points. She was trying to hold off Mackenzie Riley for that final spot on the podium. She's 47 points up on her, as now Holmes is in. Or Holm is in.
2 is really time. Last and final rep.
15 seconds remain. As in lane 15, Allison stalls across, and now Caroline Klutz finally getting herself across the finish line. Lane 13, Sammy Scorzelli is done.
3, 2,
And that will do it.
tie.
And it's Andrea Nisler who goes sub 10 to win the event. It's her second event win of the competition, and she will be your overall leader heading into event number 8.
I still stand by don't go touch and go unless you are Andrea Nisler.
Put an asterisk by that one.
It's exceptions to every rule.
Well, it works out well for Andrea Nisler, and she picks up her second event win. She'll be your overall leader as the women are now done with event 7. We will take a break. We will be back in about 30 minutes to start the men's side of event number 7 here from the 2024 CrossFit Games in Birmingham, Alabama. Birmingham, Alabama, the site of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games, and it is a beautiful Saturday here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody, as it's the men's turn to take on event number 7. We're going to start with the 50 to 54-year-old division, and this event is one that is pulled straight from the CrossFit Games, the individual competition in 2019.
What a big weekend, a big opening weekend for college football. We've got Masters athletes out here on the competition floor, and we have the standard coming back from 2019, as you said, Sean. 25 reps across the board. It was 30. It'll be 25 for these divisions. Clean and jerks at 135, ring muscle-ups in the middle, and snatches at the same weight as the clean and jerks.
We'll have 2 heats of the 50 to 54-year-olds here in event number 7, the first of 3 events that these athletes will face. Now keep in mind, we are cutting the field down at the end of the day. The 50 to 54-year-old division, the top 15 men will move on to the final event on Sunday.
And in that 15th spot is Todd McKinnon. He has 358 points. Behind him, Nate Wantada is 4 points back. Rocky Northen, 6 points back. So Todd McKinnon has really just 2 guys chasing him, although we do have 3 events today, so a lot can happen. It's not just this single event.
We're waiting on the athletes to take the floor here. So you got to watch all the women here in the 50 to 54-year-old division on down take on this event. And I think there was one big takeaway for everybody if they were watching that.
Everybody turn up the volume. I like how I'm doing a hand knob turning as if we're in the 1960s.
Your dad's going to yell at you for turning the knob too fast.
Yes. Turn up the volume. Don't go touch and go on the first set of clean and jerks. You don't need to. Even if you're the greatest barbell cycling athlete in the world, you don't need to. Caveats aside, Andrew Nisler being one of them, obviously, we saw in the 35 to 39, but it's going to come down to the ring muscle-ups. This is where you can make your move. You have no need to make your move this early. And then when you get to the snatches at the end, have at it. Do what you can with what you got to get to the finish line.
The 50 to 54-year-olds and the 45 to 49-year-olds will just be doing 25 reps on each movement. But the weight stays the same. So we're still going 135 pounds on the barbell, and we're still going a full ring muscle.
And 5 reps less doesn't read like a whole lot, but if you put yourself in that position in the middle of that, it does make a decent chunk of difference. Not so much on the barbell, maybe 30 to 45 seconds on the barbell. Same thing for the snatch. Save yourself a couple minutes, but on the rings, getting to the end of those 30 ring muscle-ups, you'll see a lot of guys in singles, sets of 2s, maybe sets of 3s. So it does save some time here, even though it only looks like 5 reps isn't that much on paper.
And if you're looking for event number 8, that's going to be over on the other stream that we have going on here in Birmingham. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez calling event number 8, the toes to bar burpees clean and jerk workout. And then later on this afternoon, Chase and I will be over on floor number 1, and we will bring you the 1 rep max front squat event. Then after that event is when we're cutting the fields down. And then just one final event on Sunday before we crown the fittest Masters athletes on earth.
It'll be an exciting event because rarely do you get to the last day of competition where you get let's say a full night of sleep after 9 events in 3 days. You might not feeling 100% when your head hits the pillow, but waking up on Sunday knowing that you just have 1 event for everything that you got, either try to make the podium, take the top of the podium, get inside the top 5, top 10, whatever those goals are, whatever's within reach for you. So tomorrow, I think it's going to be a very exciting day with just that single event left for these athletes.
We're still waiting on the first heat of athletes for the 50 to 54-year-old men to take the floor here. They will have 2 total heats. We're going to hand things off to the 45 to 49-year-olds. That's the only age group where we're going to have 3 different heats. And then we'll have the 40 to 44-year-olds and the 35 to 39-year-olds.
And those 35 to 44, that division will get the full slate of the standards. The reps will go from 25 up to the original 30 from the 2019 finale.
Well, the athletes in heat number 1 are still getting a little bit of a brief before they take the floor here. But you talked about how close it was at the cut line. 15 athletes move on to the final day, 3 events today. Todd McKinnon has that final spot. Now, McKinnon is going to be in the next heat, but a lot of the guys chasing him will be in this first heat. They're looking to make up some ground and get themselves on the right side of that cut line.
Nate Wantada 4 points back of McKinnon. Rocky Northman 6 points back. But the benefit for McKinnon is that he's in the second heat all day today. So McKinnon is going to be able to see what these athletes do in the previous heat that are chasing him down. The next closest behind these 2 athletes is Eric Solon, but he's 57 points back of that 15th place cut line. So Todd McKinnon should just be sitting in the second heat watching the times to beat for Nate and Rocky.
We'll get to the battle for the overall lead in heat number 2. But just to set the stage, Jamie McGarva is your overall leader. Sean Ramirez is 21 points back of him. And then Justin LaSala sits in third with 531 points. He's 18 points back of Ramirez for second and 39 points back of McGarva for first. Those 3 athletes, McGarva, Ramirez, and LaSala, are the only 3 men above the 500-point mark. They have started to separate themselves from the pack. Simon Hope sits in fourth with 462 points.
And nearly 70 points from LaSala to Hope from third to fourth. But then that 4th to 7th, Simon Hope has 462. Jason Leaves has 444. So just 18 points between those 4 athletes. And as you said, between McGarva, Ramirez, and LaSala, 39 points between the 3 of them. And 4 events still left to go to see if those 3 will change, if Hope can close the gap. But just by the way things going, you can clearly see the difference on the floor between LaSala, Ramirez, and McGarva.
Consistency throughout this competition. And they have certainly stood out. I mean, Sean Ramirez was so fast one day we didn't even see him.
And between those 3 in every event so far, save for the last one last night in event 6, one of these guys, in fact, all of them have an event win so far between the 3 of them. McGarva is the only one that has 2.
It looks like the athletes are just about set to take the floor here for the first of 2 heats for the 50 to 54-year-old men. Again, if you're looking for event number 8, that is on the other stream. The women, I believe, are about to start that here relatively soon. So if you're looking for those divisions, that's on the other stream that we have going on here from Birmingham. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez are on the call for that event. And event 9 happens later on. That's going to be on the competition floor that you can see kind of the upper left-hand part of your screen. It's going to be the 1 rep max front squat. And the judges are in position, and now the medical staff is getting set to go here. Seventh event of the competition, 3rd day of 4. Started back on Thursday with 3 events, had 3 events yesterday. 3 more today, then we cut down to 15 here in this division, and then 1 final event on Sunday. And now, the athletes in heat number 1 for the 50 to 54-year-old men are taking the floor. All these guys trying to get in on the right side of the cut line.
All right. Gonna bring out
Walking by us at the desk. Do singles. You do singles. You do singles. You do singles.
Komorowski, lane number 4, Bruce Thomas. Lane number 5,
25 reps
lane number 6,
on each movement. We start with the clean and jerk, moves to the muscle ups,
lane number 8,
and then we finish with the snatches. 12-minute time cap here.
Lane number 10,
Same weights, same skill. 5 less reps.
In 13, Chad Augustin.
I'm gonna say shout out to Northern Spirit.
Lane number 15,
Thank these athletes, athlete uniforms that we saw at the semifinal level. Now we have the Masters game, the teens and adaptive. Now, some of them didn't really do us a favor as they all decided to wear
the
white
same color,
shirts
yes.
and black shorts in solidarity.
Yep.
However, we'll have to get creative in directing the eyes.
Thank you to Ira Solon in lane 9 who decided to put on a hat. And these gentlemen who decided to wear some yellow. So that'll make things a little bit easier. Heat number 1 now is underway. The staggered start, the reason they do that with some athletes starting under the rig and some starting at the barbell is because they want to equalize the distance that is traveled throughout the entirety of the event. Level playing field for everybody. So 25 clean and jerks at 135 to start us off here.
All right. We're 1 for 1, Sean. Everybody's doing quick singles. Bravo. Bravo.
Just going to hold on 30 seconds in lane 16, McPherson. Orders to that 135.
You can see a lot of people just saw Chad Augustin
Rep number.
lane number 13, kind of go through a couple reps.
Every once
Take
in
a
a
look
while,
right over at the clock.
You just, we've all touched a hot stove as a young child, and you realize that it's hot, and you probably shouldn't do that again.
10 reps in lane 12.
reps in lane number 9.
There is Chad Augustin
Working through rep number 12
in lane 13. He right now on the wrong side of the cut line. He's 21st place overall.
Nathan Horn.
His best finish was in
13 reps.
event number 1. He took 9th place in that running deadlift event, but since then Augustin has
13 for Augustin.
been outside the top 20.
Aaron Brown.
Augustin's at 14 reps. Again, it's 25 in the 45 to 54 age range.
16 reps for 90. We're at that 90-second mark.
You see some
Again, these gentlemen are gonna
muscle clean strict press, which I get that if you have the ability to do it, that's one thing. But we talked about this on the women's side, is that when you're looking at the ring muscle-ups, the biggest thing that challenges any athlete on the rings is the ability to dip out of that bottom position. And if you were to over-press here, you're just fatiguing those muscle groups you're going to need on the rings.
Nate Wantanta in lane 10 and Bruce Thomas in lane 4. There's Wantanta, are just about through their 25 reps. And now the majority of judges have their hands in the air, and Wantanta is done in about 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
And then move to the rig, 25 ring muscle-ups.
We're gonna move to our rings back here.
Bruce Thomas is joining.
You see what opening set.
1 and 2. Nate is up on the ring.
Bruce Thomas is done. He's in lane 4. And also in lane 12, that's Clint Paddock walking back in the yellow shirt and black weight belt on the other side of the floor.
Here's number 13.
Clint Paddock in lane
11,
12. At that 3-minute mark.
Rocky Northen is onto the muscle ups, and Chad Augustin is there as well. Now Chad is a guy in lane 13 who I'd expect, as he is doing, to do some bigger reps here, bigger rep sets.
We're just over that 3-minute mark, just over 3 minutes in.
Yeah, Wantanta, who is to the rings first, doing sets of 3. Seeing some opening sets of 5, though. We'll see if some of these athletes can keep that pace.
We'll say we got 3 reps remaining. In lane 16 from McFerrin. On his lane, he'll move on.
16, Trey McFerrin just, pardon me, Rowan Lowe just finished, missed a rep in lane 14. And we still have one athlete working through his 30 clean and jerks. That is Trey McFerrin in lane 16, and now he's done. All the athletes onto the set of 25 ring muscle ups.
10 has 10 reps at that 4-minute mark.
Dave Wantanta
10 reps in. All those ring muscle
in lane 10 was the first man done. He's in the middle of your screen with the 25 clean and jerks at 135 pounds. Did it in about 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Actually saw Trey McFerrin in the coffee shop this morning with his 11-day-old
Became a new
newborn
dad.
baby boy.
Yeah.
So any fatigue you have out here, you sir, get a free pass.
Yes, he does.
Before they can advance back to their barbell and finish it out with those snatches.
Shout out to the old dads too, man. Of the young kids.
We got 10 reps in lane 8.
And that, well, I mean, I don't jump to the importance of staying fit over the years of your life as we define health in CrossFit, but that is one of those things, is keeping yourself in a physical state, some physical fitness to be able to be on at all times. That is required for whether it's a newborn or a high school kid or all the things you have in your life, and just how valuable it is. And really, you owe it to those around you to take care of yourself so that you don't have to be a burden onto others, and you can actually take care of those things.
I heard someone saying, I don't know who it was, but the greatest gift you can give to your kids is your own physical fitness.
Yeah, and I think about that with my kids all the time. I'm very lucky to have, both my parents are in great shape and able to take care of my kids whenever we need a break, and I would love to do that for my kids and theirs as well.
16 reps for Clint in lane 12.
Well, while we are pontificating, Chad Augustin is finishing up his set of 25 ring muscle ups. And he's heading back to the barbell. He's way in the lead here with more than half the time remaining to get through these 30 snatches, or 25 snatches at 135 pounds. Augustin is a guy who competed with a lot of success in the team competition. Back in 2011, he's on the podium with CrossFit Rockland, and then had 2 other appearances in the team competition in 2012 and 2013 at the games, and then started his master's career in 2014. So he was competing on a team, as a master. And then his last appearance at the games came in 2019. He was 3rd in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
We see Chad, and as far as that lockout position, a lot of times is we get older, the body says no more, no more extension. But what the judges do, they sit down with the athletes prior to, and they know what a full possible extended position could be. So these things were discussed prior to and identified with the staff. I know people had their hands on their keyboards. I know you're out there. I don't blame you.
18 reps in lane 8.
Well, Augustin is the only man who is on the barbell. Got a couple men who are putting the finishing touches on their sets of 25 who will be joining him soon. And Wantanta is one of them. He was the first man done with the clean and jerks, and now he'll be the second man back to the barbell. And given how well he moved that the barbell on the clean and jerks, you got to expect him to make relatively quick work of these final 25 snatches.
For Augustin there in lane number 13.
And Wantanta gets right back on it for his second rep. So guards Wantanta and Augustin. First of 2 heats here for the 50 to 54-year-old men.
Augustin is laboring a bit in these later sets. Had a decent lead on Wantanta, but Wantanta's looking pretty good so far in his first 5 reps.
Now 4 minutes remaining. And in lane number 9, it looks like Eric Solon is done. He's got the backwards hat on. He's going to go to the weight belt as he approaches the 135-pound barbell. And lane 4, Bruce Thomas at the top of your screen in the white shirt and black shorts. Lane 12, Clint Paddock belted up in the yellow shirt in the middle of your screen.
Lane number 13.
We got 10 reps in for Nate. Hanging out lane 10, trying to catch up push the pace a little bit at that 8.5 minute mark.
Chad Augustin was the
They're moving on to the
first man
in lane number 15.
to the 135-pound barbell. Nate Wantanta at the other side of the floor
Three more reps
was second.
and he'll be done.
Irick Solon was third, followed by Bruce Thomas in fourth place. And now in lane 15, Daniel
Reps in lane 10.
Hamaseger in the middle of your screen in the sleeveless white shirt, the pink wristbands. He's on to his 25 stats. Augustin now with 3 minutes to go, continuing to work through his final set of 25.
It's getting
Wow.
close.
Yeah.
16 snatches for
Get himself a new haircut with that last lift.
Now 5 reps remain for Augustin.
Hand in the air there for Augustin, down to his final 4 snatches.
He's just gutting his way through these.
7 snatches in lane 4 for Bruce Thomas. And then 9.5 minute
I'm
mark.
not sure where Wantanta is, but he's having a much easier time with the barbell than Augustin, but Augustin's making it work.
Nathan in lane 8, 2 more ring muscle ups and he'll move on to that barbell.
Wantanta is he gets almost 2 reps per Augustin's 1.
And his judge's hand is in the air. He has 4 reps left. There's Wantanta. He's on the right side of your screen, yellow shorts, no shirt. And he's down to his final 3. Augustin's got 1. But Chad Augustin is going to gut through that one. Augustin is done, and he will get in 9:58.
57.
Last rep for Nate.
And Nate Wantanta is going to be close behind him. Wantanta's across in 10:05.
And he caught up so much on those last 25. And yeah, if we were going to 30, that would have been a photo finish.
We're coming up on to 90 seconds.
Bruce Thomas
9 reps in for Ace.
and Irick Solon. Irick Solon is on the right side of your screen with the backwards hat.
Muscle ups in lane 6.
He was the third man to the barbell, and then Thomas was just behind him as we have less than 90 seconds to go before the 12-minute time cap.
What's good for Nate Wantanta is that he was in 21st place coming into this, or sorry, 16th place coming into this, 4 points behind Todd McKinnon. So Wantana doing just about everything he needed to do in this first heat, not knowing what is going to happen in the second.
The first of 2 heats for the 50 to 54-year-old men. First of 3 events that they will face here on Saturday.
5 seconds.
The Irish Solon and Bruce Thomas. Still your leaders on the floor, but neither of their judges have their hands in the air right now. Irish Solon is the man in the backwards hat towards the far right side of your screen. On the other side of the floor, it's Bruce Thomas. He's the only guy wearing a white shirt. He was the 4th man to the barbell off of the muscle up. So now 15 seconds to go. And Thomas is in the lead as his judge's hand is in the air. He's got a rep lead on Solon, and Solon's judge's hand just went in the air, but Thomas on the left side is 1 rep up. Now they're tied. But it looks like Thomas is going to get 1 more rep than Solon there in that battle for 3rd place in the heat. But it's Chad Augustin at 9:58 who made quick work of the muscle ups and then
Day 3.
just gutted his way through those 25 reps at 135 pounds to set the top time at 9 minutes 58 seconds. Second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men coming up next. One heat remains for the 50 to 54-year-old men as they open up day 3 of competition with event number 7. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 7 pulled right from the 2019 CrossFit Games, the final event that year in Madison, Wisconsin. It was the Standard.
The Standards originally set at 30 in 2019. The 35 to 44 division will do the full slate of reps, and this heat will drop it down to 25. Clean and jerks to start at 135, ring muscle ups in the middle, and then snatches at the same weight to finish off.
The overall standings coming into this event, as we mentioned earlier, the top 3 have really separated themselves from the field. Jamie McGarva is your overall leader. He's got a 21-point cushion on Sean Ramirez, and it's Justin LaSala in third. They are the only 3 athletes above the 500-point mark.
1 minute.
But a guy in this heat who is sweating a little bit is Todd McKinnon, because right now he would be the last man in the final cut that takes place tonight as we cut down to 15 athletes. He currently sits in 15th place, 358 points. He's only 4 points up on Nate Wantanta, who is one of 2 men to finish the event in the prior heat.
So Nate Wantanta has a time of 10:07, and as you said, 4 points back of Todd. Todd will be in lane number 3. And he doesn't have too much to move here. He's still about 24 points behind Eric Smith, who's in 14th. But Todd having the advantage of seeing the previous heat go, knowing what the time to beat is for himself.
McKinnon's best finish in this competition came in event number 4, when he took 6th place overall.
Now, before anybody freaks out, those arm sleeves are in the right spot. Those are for the ring muscle ups, not anything else. We've all had the ring strap burn.
Which is good news for Nate, because that means he plans on doing multiple reps on the rings. We start with the 25 clean and jerks at 135 pounds. The time to beat is Chad Augustin's at 9 minutes 58 seconds. And it was funny in the prior heat, we saw 2 men finish, but for different reasons. One, because he was really good on the rings, and Augustin. The other, Nate Wantanta, who was great on the barbell.
Not exactly, and it was only separated by 7 seconds between the 2 of them. But that's what you're going to see, because the clean and jerks and the snatches, 2.5 minutes, let's just say 5 minutes combined there. We're going to see some of the similar times in just the middle 25 rings. So the time difference between the 2 is what's really unique and what's really fun about this event.
10 reps in for Levi's, lane number 7.
9 reps in.
And Nate Wantanta was the first man done with these 25 reps in heat 1, and he got done in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
14 reps in.
A 12-minute time cap here.
This is rep 14 for Ramirez, lane number 11.
And Sean Ramirez is a guy in lane 11 who currently sits in 2nd place overall, who we know is pretty proficient on the ring. So if he can get there,
Per day in lane number 13.
he's in the yellow shirt and black shorts in the right center of your screen. If he can get there towards the front, he's got a really good chance here in this event.
13 reps through for Stevenson in lane number 15.
Once again, your leader is at lane 10 coming into this event.
2:20 was the fastest split we saw in the previous heat. And that was by Wantanta, who lost some time on the rings but closed hard on the snatches.
The judges' hands starting to go in there. Steve Selman in lane number 5, Dustin Beckwith, and Joel Hughes
3 reps remaining
among the
for
first men to
Ramirez.
get inside the final 5 reps. Lane 17, middle of your screen in the white and the black. That is Eric Smith. He's got a couple reps remaining, 3 to be exact. And now, in lane number 8, Joel Hughes is going to be the first man done right around the same time that Nate Wantanta to finish up in heat number 1.
Keep our eyes on what that first set's going to look like, because we got 5 athletes to the ring. Sean Ramirez is going to hop up first on the left side of your screen.
And Jamie McGarva, the overall leader, is still on his clean and jerks, but now he just finished out his set. So Ramirez in lane 11.
Jamie McGarva.
He's towards the left center screen in the yellow shirt and black shorts. He's got the knee sleeves on.
Shaky first rep for Sean, but seemed to get his get his rhythm after the first one. And usually it's, I get a little nervous when I see someone do one ring muscle up, sit at the top of the rings for about 5 seconds and get it set. But he actually opened up with a set of 5.
Well, Jamie McGarver, the man that Ramirez is chasing, is now working on his muscle ups. He's in lane number 10. He's in the yellow shirt, black shorts. He's got those sleeve protectors on as well, black sleeve protectors in lane 10. Ramirez is back to work.
10 reps in lane 8. My man Hughes right at that 3.5-minute mark.
Justin LaSala is next to him. LaSala in lane number 9, also in the yellow and the black.
Beckwith, 7 reps in lane 6.
I think the head judge is coming over to talk with Sean about the feet getting close to the top of the rings. One of the rules and standards for that ring muscle-up is the toes can't go, or the foot can't go completely above the bottom of those rings.
Which is under that glide kip, correct?
It's a little bit of a glide kip. In glide kip reserved more for the bar because the bar's not moving, but yes, in the same sense is launching your feet high so your hips can chase. It raises that anchor position for the rotation, and it's just one of those standards that have been in play for a very long time.
Beckwith.
Approaching the 5-minute mark. Chad Augustin, just for reference, he got done in, I think it was about 6 minutes left to do those final 25 reps.
On that 5-minute mark.
Again, these middlemen are making their way to these muscle-ups.
25 total reps.
5, you're going to see their judges' hands.
Joel Hughes in lane number 8 was the first man to get to the rings.
13 reps in lane 6. 20 reps in lane 8.
And he's through 20 of his 25.
16 reps done.
Hughes should have 5 remaining.
For Stevenson.
Joel Hughes coming in 5th place overall.
16, I believe, and then 5.5-minute mark.
Up on the rings with no shirt in lane 8 and black shorts.
All right, Jeff.
This hurt. Sean is at 18 reps. McGarva and Stevenson at 16 reps.
Well, Joel Hughes is a former Masters champion in 2019, where we first saw this event for the individuals. He finished first overall in the 45 to 49-year-old division, and then the following year in 2010 didn't get to compete. That was the COVID year. He qualified 10th in that division. He has 3 event wins in his career. Has yet to pick up a victory here, but other than a 17th place finish in event number 4, he's had everything of 7th or better.
Remain for lane number 7.
And Hughes now with 2 reps remaining.
4 remain.
And now he got hit with a no rep. So a wasted effort there from Hughes.
That's tough when you're reaching the end of your 25.
In lane number 17.
It's like Ramirez has 2 reps left to go.
There he is.
Now Hughes is through. Hughes is going to be the first man to the barbell.
Hughes, he was in that 5th spot coming into this event, trying to take some points
6 minutes,
away.
48 seconds have gone by here. So Hughes is on the left. We'll keep an eye on Ramirez in lane 11 on the right side of your screen, as he now has 1 rep remaining. And also in lane 15, Richard Stevenson has gotten done.
Sean just failed his last rep.
7 minutes with that 7-minute mark.
And here comes Richard Stevenson, who is in 10th place overall, so he's on the right side of the cut line. And now in lane number 7, Jason Leaves is done. And Ramirez has gotten himself through his second to last muscle up. So these final couple reps for Sean Ramirez are taking some time. Justin LaSala now under the barbell. He's in the yellow and the black on the right side of your screen.
I think that's Ramirez's 3rd missed rep.
And here comes Beckwith onto his barbell.
Dustin Beckwith in the white shirt, black shorts, left side of your screen, next to Joel Hughes with no shirt on. He's going to get started on his 25 reps, and we have now 4 minutes remaining before we hit the 12-minute time cap. Now Ramirez is done, and he'll get to the barbell.
I really haven't seen anybody push the pace here on these quick singles yet.
Well, the good news now for Ramirez and LaSala is they are both ahead of Jamie McGarva, who's your overall leader. McGarva's still on the rings. I think he has 4 reps remaining. He's back there in the yellow and the black, just hopping up on the rings with the white shoes and the sleeves around his elbows. So he has 4 reps left. So he is falling way back of Ramirez and LaSala, the 2 men immediately behind him in the overall standings. Now, he did have a 21-point cushion on Sean Ramirez coming into this event, but Ramirez is getting a lot of help right now.
And in the very back, you can see Todd McKinnon hopping up to the rings in lane number 3 as he was sitting on that 15th position. And in the previous seat, Nate Montada, who was only 4 points back, had a time of 10:07.
And McKinnon's got some work to do here. He's still on the ring muscle-ups. Back there in the white tank top and yellow shorts. And Joel Hughes now has 5 reps remaining on his snatches. And Joel Hughes is looking to pick up his first event win here of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Doesn't look like anybody else is close to him right now. We got some split snatch action going there in lane 13, courtesy of Corey Daig.
Now you see that because some of the athletes don't have the overhead mobility to receive in that normal quarter squat position. When you split your feet, it actually lets you have a better overhead.
And Joel Hughes is in, and he's going to win the event at 9:54, just edging out Chad Augustin. So that's going to be a great result for Augustin, who's looking to get on the right side of the cut line with 2 events left. So he's going to rocket up the overall standings with 97 points. But Joel Hughes picks up his 4th career event win at the CrossFit Games, his first here in 2024.
It's great for Austin. Also for Nate Montada, it was also outside that 15th position.
And Jamie McGarva, the overall leader, is still on the rings. He just finished his set. Justin LaSala on the left side of your screen came in 3rd place overall. Now he's passed Sean Ramirez. So LaSala looking to pick up a bunch of points on McGarva. So LaSala's going to take 2nd place in the heat. That should be good enough for 3rd place in the event. So 94 points for LaSala.
Sean Ramirez is well behind everybody coming in. What a great last 25 reps for Sean Ramirez, who failed his last ring muscle up 3 times.
That should be 4th place in the event, I think, for Ramirez, depending on where Richard Stevenson finished. So we have 45 seconds to go as now Eric Smith is in. And now down in lane number 6, Dustin Beckwith has come across. So this is all helping LaSala and Ramirez. So things are going to get much tighter on top of the overall standings as Corey Daig has 30 seconds to go. He's got 4 reps left.
4 reps remaining. We got 15.
Malcolm Cook is also on his final handful of reps. So Daig now with 2 reps left, trying to squeak in inside that time cap. He's got 5 seconds. Daig's got it. May have just gotten across the finish line. He gets through all the work. Does Corey Daig? Looks like he beat it to the finish, but it is Joel Hughes at 9:54, 4 seconds faster than Chad Augustin to pick up his first event win. And Sean Ramirez and Justin LaSala both finish up. Jamie McGarva, the overall leader, that's going to be his worst finish so far in the competition. So now the top of the overall standings are going to get much tighter between McGarva, Ramirez, and LaSala heading into event number 8. Up next, 45 to 49-year-old men. First of 3 heats for them as our coverage continues of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from Birmingham, Alabama.
of the 3 heats of
We are set for the 45 to 49-year-old men to take on event number 7 here as day number 3 of 4 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 7, 3 movements, 75 total reps for this age group.
Third day of competition, starting things off with the standard. The original back in 2019 was 30 reps. These athletes will do 25 clean and jerks at 135, 25 ring muscle-ups, and 25 snatches. Now the challenging part outside of all the work that they have to do that inside that 12-minute time cap.
Well, just like the rest of the age groups, the 45 to 49-year-olds facing cuts at the end of the day. We'll take the top 20 athletes into the third and final day on Sunday. First of 3 heats here. Lane assignments for this opening heat. And the majority of the men here in this opening heat on the wrong side of that cut line.
Chris Cable is in 20th place with 264 points.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
He won't be in this heat, but the men chasing him down will be.
Ten seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
First of 3 heats underway for the 45 to 49-year-old men. And if you're just joining us, that staggered start, where some athletes start under the rig and some start at their barbells, is something we have seen throughout the day here in this event. The reason for that is so that we are equalizing the distance that they will travel throughout the entirety of this event. So no advantage as far as transitions are concerned.
I saw it earlier. He had a couple athletes panicking. They might have gotten that notice beforehand. Why did they get to the start of the barn? I know.
It's all going to work out. You just go out there and lift that weight.
25 reps, but do it in singles. Do it in singles. Everybody is doing that in this heat. Well done. Well played.
Lane 12, Garcia. 8 reps in.
Well, this is the last age group that will just do 25 reps on each movement. Once we get to the 40 to 44-year-olds and the 35 to 39-year-olds, they're getting their old full dose.
I had something I was going to say, and then I realized I'm not in my living room in the privacy of my own home, so I kept it in. But yes, they'll be getting the full dose.
We're coming up on that 90-second mark, gentlemen. We're coming up on 90.
25 total reps here at 135 pounds.
18 reps for Jared in lane number 15.
And Chase Ingram smiling to my right because barbells are hitting the floor after every rep.
Well done. Well played. Thank you for being a fan of the broadcast. You guys must have been listening and watching earlier.
But we had three really distinct styles with the 45 to 49-year-old men. He won, Chad Augustin, great on the ring. And Nate Wantanta, great on the barbell.
Yes.
They finished first and second. Then Joel Hughes just did everything really well and was 4 seconds ahead of Augustin.
And then you're just explaining CrossFit to me. It's like we've got strong people with the weights, we've got gymnastic people with the rings, but the best person will be the fittest because they're great at both. And if you want to win, if you want to be in the top, that is what it's going to take. You can't just be better than everyone being only good at one or the other.
The judge's hand starting to go in the air. Lane 15, Byron Jaron is on to the rings. He's the first man there. Now lane 10, Brandon Fontenot, and in lane number 12, Gerard Garcia close behind him. As now more men are leaving the barbell behind and heading to the ring. Now 25 ring muscle ups as just 3 men are left on the barbell. In lane number 16, middle of your screen, that's Matty Hayden, who is now through his 25 reps. So everybody onto the muscle ups. And it was Byron Jaron in lane 15 who was the first athlete there, and he's been knocking out some sizable sets as he takes a break.
In lane number 9.
Some big sets on the rings, as you said, Sean. Most looking pretty confident.
So Matty Hayden in the middle of your screen, he was the last man to the rings, getting to work. 25 total reps here. And he goes to the set of 3 to open up.
It's so important to pace this out the right way. You tip the scales into the red just a little bit. It's going to add not just seconds in this time split, but minutes. If you go to failure especially, you're just going to have to sit there and stare at the rings until you can rest and recover to get back on top of them.
6 reps in for Cox in lane number 6.
On the other side of the floor, lane number 15, left side of your screen is Byron Jaron. He was the first man of the rings. This is his first appearance at the CrossFit Games at a 5-town CrossFit in Inwood, New York. And he is one of the men who's trying to get on the right side of the cut line. He comes in 36th place overall. He's got a lot of work to do. He's got 118 points.
To be fair, maybe the first 6 events were not in his wheelhouse, and the 3 events we have today are.
Jaron's best finish so far is a 24th. Did that in event number 5 and event number 4. So approaching the 5-minute mark, these athletes continue to work through these 25 reps. First of 3 heats here in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
12 reps in for Matty.
16 reps in for Royce in lane number 9.
19 reps in lane 12. Goal rep 20 for Garcia.
And in the air for Jaron.
Saw a failed rep from Gerard Garcia.
We're down in lane 15. Jaron's down to his final 5 reps. He's the only man who has a judge's hand in the air at this point of the event. And we are not even halfway through. So this is good news for Jaron, who again has to pick up some big points in order to get himself on the right side of the cut line.
Final 3 muscle ups.
Now he's down to 3.
In lane number 15, then we're moving back to the barbell.
And in lane number 12, Gerard Garcia
3 reps
has 3 reps left.
But he just failed another ring muscle up. It's a second failed muscle up for Garcia.
And next to him in lane 10, Brandon Fontenot is also inside his final 5 reps.
Down to his final muscle up back here. Lane number 15.
1 remains for Jaron on the left side of your screen.
2 reps remaining.
And he's done. He'll be the first man back to the barbell, and he has about 5.5 minutes left before we hit the 12-minute time cap. So looking like Jaron has a really good shot of finishing inside that 12-minute time cap. Garcia, meanwhile, on the right side in the white shirt and yellow shorts, yellow wristbands, is on his final rep. He's got to lock it out. Oh, man.
Now, sorry, bro.
I got a little bit of a gift right there.
I hope you're sending your judge a care package, maybe a fruit basket after that one.
All he can do is what his judge tells him.
Yes, it's not on you, Garcia. It is on your judge.
With that 7-minute mark, 2 reps
Garcia has moved to the barbell along with Byron Jaron.
for Hayden.
A couple more athletes getting set to finish up. In lane number 4, Pablo Donadio has finished up, and also Brandon Fontenot is there. In lane number 11, middle of your screen, Marcus Bonato in the yellow and the black, and next to him in lane number 9 with no shirt, that's Jim Royce. And now in lane number 13, James Tilamaki is coming to the barbell for 25 reps. The fight for the lead is in lanes 15, Byron Jaron, and lane 12, Gerard Garcia. Opposite ends of the floor, you're looking at Garcia now in the white and the yellow.
On rep number 5.
About 4 minutes left before we hit the time cap, but Jaron is really taking his time on these reps. And now he's getting back to work.
It's good to keep your hands on the bar. As soon as you step away, you just lose contact and you lose intent of just staying over your bar. And there's another break.
Oh, now we got the chalk anxiety. That's going to trigger.
That's it. Chalk's on the floor.
Focus.
Chalk's on the
Focus,
floor.
Chase.
That chalk looks safe. Yeah, that chalk looks safe.
Brandon was 11 reps in lane.
At lane 11, Marcos Bonato moving this bar a little quicker than everybody else on that side.
Garcia taking a step back from the bar, the middle of your screen in the white and yellow shorts. There's still no judges' hands in the air. We have about 3 minutes left before we hit the time cap. Jaron, I believe now, is through 20. The judge's hand is in the air from Jaron as he looks to set the early time to beat. First of 3 heats here for this age group. The only age group on the men's side that we're going to have 3 heats for. The right side of your screen is Gerard Garcia in the middle of that box on the right. He's in second place behind Jaron, but his judge's hand is still not in the air. Jaron now has 2 reps remaining, and he's right back to work as we approach the 9-minute, 30-second mark. Final rep for Jaron. He's going to pick up a heat win here because Garcia is well behind him. Jaron is done. He is in 9:38 unofficially for Byron Jaron in heat 1.
In lane 4.
And now Garcia's judge's hand has yet to go in the air, but next to him is Brandon Fontenot. His judge's hand is held high, so that means he's inside his final 5 reps. He's got 3 reps left. Another judge's hand in the air on the other side of the floor for Bonato, who's in lane number 11. Fontenot is on the left. That's his final rep. He'll get in. 10:15 unofficially for Fontenot. Not sure where.
We're coming up on 90 seconds. Garcia 3 reps.
Donadio crossed right about the same time as Fontenot did.
That's going to be close between those two.
2 more reps for Garcia.
Now Garcia's got 2 reps remaining. We still have plenty of time left. About 80 seconds remain before we hit the time cap.
Final rep for Garcia.
And that'll be the last rep for Garcia. Now he's across.
Marcos Bonato finished in lane 11 ahead of him. So Garcia was second off the rings.
Look at Telemachy in lane 13 going near squat stats here. Touch and go, and that's going to get him across in 11:01.
That was nice.
We're going to run number 13 in lane 6 for David.
With Michael Cox in lane number 7, his judge's hand is in the air. He looks to be the next man to cross the finish line. We have 40 seconds to go. As next to him in the red shoes is Landon Fawcett. Michael Cox in lane 7 rocks that one out, and he's across with 20 seconds to spare.
In the air for Hayden. Lane 16, he's got 15 seconds. 3 reps.
Now 10 seconds remaining in heat number 1. First of 3 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old men.
We're going to count you down. 3, 2, 1.
And that'll do it. Matty Hayden in the white shirt. He only had 2 reps remaining. Good charge for him. He was the last man to the rings and came up just shy of finishing. But it's Brandon Fontenot who sets the time to beat 10 minutes 50. Byron Jaron at 9:38. So Byron Jaron goes sub 10, 9 minutes 38 seconds. 2 more heats remain for the 45 to 49-year-olds. 2 to go for the 45 to 49-year-old men as they take on event number 7, the first of 3 events they will face today. 10 total events in the competition. Here is day number 3 in Birmingham, Alabama at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues. Event number 7, if you're just joining us,
the marathon continues.
3 movements, 75 reps. If you're not, we're just going to go through it again just for reviewing purposes.
Thank you for watching end to end, by the way.
Yes,
I'll lead with that, and welcome to the party. 25 clean and jerks at 135, 25 ring muscle-ups, followed by 25 snatches at 135. The single life is the way to go on the clean and jerks. When you get to the snatches, I would say anything goes as long as it's an actual snatch for the movement. But those rings, those 25 ring muscle-ups, we've seen athletes make moves on the bar. We've seen them make it on the rings. We've seen those that have all their boxes checked when it comes to this event, and that's what it's going to take. If you want to get inside the cut line, if you want to make yourself vying for a podium spot, you got to have it all.
Second of 3 heats, Byron Jaron has the time to beat at 9 minutes and 38 seconds. After event number 9 this evening, which is the 1 rep max front squat, Chase and I will be bringing that to you later on.
30 seconds.
We're cutting down to 20 athletes. So all these men are hovering right around that cut line right now. So they're trying to give themselves some breathing room and make sure that they make it into the final day of competition. And once again, the staggers start. Some athletes start under the rig, some start by the barbells. The reason for that is it means that every athlete will travel the same amount of distance throughout the entirety of this event.
Go.
We are underway. 25 clean and jerks at 135 pounds.
49, taking on event number 7 out here. They're going to be starting with those 25 clean and jerks. Then we're headed back to the rings for 25 muscle-ups. Gonna round out this workout back on our
And so far, everybody going with what seems to be the strategy du jour. That's the strategy of the day.
Sorry, I was being very quiet. I was just judging every single person and seeing what their strategy was going to be.
Always watching, always judging.
Yes, judging silently is probably the avenue I should go. Oftentimes I say the quiet part out loud, and unfortunately I also have a mic in front of my mouth when that does happen.
9 reps in.
There's Angel Cardenas in lane number 15, who had one of the funnier moments the other night on, I think it was event number 3, the handstand walk event, where he looked down the floor at one of his frenemies and shot him a double bird and then took off on a handstand walk ahead of him.
The old double bird salute. Also known as waving for the male species on the planet.
Yes.
In lane 8, he's working on rep number 14.
13 reps for Cardenas in lane number 15.
Quick singles across the board, as you said, 135 pounds, just 5 reps shy of what 30 reps would be, which is Grace, which is a girl benchmark workout.
In lane 6 from Wyatt. Where's that 90 seconds? Athletes, we're 90 seconds in.
You know it's going to be a fun event when you got 3 benchmark tests mashed together into one.
Our gentleman here, and he too chasing down that time, 9 to 37 from the previous heat. We're at that 2-minute mark, hand in the air in lane 10. Ryan Wreck.
One of the athletes in this field, Chris Cable, he'll be in lane number 7. He is sitting in that 20th place position. Cable has the, what is that hat called? I can't even remember.
There it is. The dad hat.
The fisherman hat.
That's we're either going to the
bucket
beach,
hat.
we're going fishing, or I'm just going outside.
Or
hat.
just a big Jamiroquai fan. I don't know. I don't know,
And
but
Cable
I get
is
it.
done. He's the first man done with his 30 clean and jerks. And Spencer Whitley is going to join him in lane 17, and now Angel Cardenas in lane 15 is done as well.
See, this first set for Cable is.
Other side of the floor in lane number 10, Ryan Retke was on the muscle up.
Opens up with a set of 3.
We'll make that lane number 8. That was Heath Moody who started. Now looking at the odd numbered lanes that are on the left side of the floor. The 25 muscle-ups past the 3-minute mark. This is about when we started seeing people in heat number 1 chip away at those 25 reps. And 938 from Byron Jaron is your top time right now.
In lane 11 is Emerson Magahalis. Open up with a set of 8 ring muscle-ups.
Rep number 6 for Marcelo. And lane 16 is at 3.5 minute.
We'll keep an eye on him if he can keep up that pace. Now, right now, Emerson is on the right side of the cut line. 15th place overall with 324 points. So looking to keep himself in that position, make sure he survives the cut tonight. Now, again, we do have 2 more events, so a lot can happen, but you know these athletes are starting to think about that looming cut.
Get the points while you can.
Like Alice Smoot, rep number 12 there in lane number 11.
Okay, that was a set of 4, so set of 8 followed by a set of 4. He's at 12.
Moody, 8 reps in.
Shaheed Moody was at 8 reps on the other side of the floor.
10 reps in for Wiley down here in lane number 17.
Wyatt, 11 reps in lane 6. And that's 4.
Lane number 8, Keith Moody, I believe was the first man to the rings on the side of the floor that you're looking at now. Moody is he's in white and black. He's got
14 reps
some black elbow sleeves on, just taking a break behind the ring. There he is in lane number 8 now, middle of your screen. Moody comes in 18th place overall. His best finish
14 reps in, lane
came
6 for Wyatt.
in events 4 and 5, where he took 11th
We got a hand
in each of those.
in lane 14.
Meanwhile, lane 14,
5
Luis
reps
Pessoa
remaining.
has 5 reps left. He's your leader right now on the floor. And he's back on his haunches against the barrier there, now getting up, walking to the rings and jumping up in the white shirt and the yellow shorts. Now middle of the box on the left is Pessoa. He's your leader, looking to knock out these final 5 repetitions. Now he got hit with a no rep. The judge's hand in the air down in lane number 11 for Emerson Magahalis.
14 and number 1 to that barbell right at that 6-minute mark.
And Magahalis is 23 reps into his set of 25, so 2 remaining for him. Angel Cardenas, meanwhile, lane 15, left side of your screen. He's 4 reps left from finishing up his set of 25. And now 3 remaining for Cardenas. The Magahalis in lane 11 is going to be the first man to the barbell.
It's about 7 seconds off the pace set by Byron Jaron in the previous heat.
1 more rep in lane 14.
And Magahalis again, right side of the cut line, coming in 15th place overall.
Second athlete to that barbell, and they're trying to chase down that top 9:37.
Now he is right now credited with the win in event 6.
Jesse Williams in lane 3 to the bar,
And Marcelo joined the party
along with Pessoa and Riella.
And we have 4 men on the barbell. 3 of them on the right side of the floor is now Angel Cardenas is going to make it 5 men, and in lane 10 with no shirt and black shorts. Pardon me, lane 12, that's Andrea De Salvatore, who's now working through his 25 snatches. 9 minutes, 38 seconds. Byron Jaron, that's your top time from heat number 1. This is the second of 3 heats, so 1 heat remains here in the 35 to 39-year-old division, or pardon me, the 45 to 49-year-old division for the men. Angel Cardenas, middle of your screen.
Got 2 more reps to go on the muscle-ups.
And Cardenas, he's one of the guys on the wrong side of the cut line right now. He has 235 points, sits in 23rd place. He is 29 back of Cable for 20th.
16 Marcelo. He's 9 reps in at that 8-minute mark.
The majority of the field now on to the final 25 reps on the 135-pound barbell. Less than 4 minutes to go.
We still lane 14 on a rep number 13.
Big Emerson in lane 11 just hit the 15 rep mark.
So Megales was one of the first men off the rings.
He's first to the bar. 3 other athletes on the other side of the floor were about 5 reps behind him.
Interesting. For Ryan, lane 10 at that 8.5-minute mark.
Megales continuing to work and creep closer to that 20 rep mark. Watch his judge's hand. Megales is there in the right center of your screen. White shirt, yellow shorts, red and white shoes.
That 9-minute mark.
And now his judge's hand is in the air. So Megales is trying to track down Byron Jaron's time of 9:38. 4 reps remain for him on the left side of your screen. Now with 3 remaining.
Final 3 reps here in lane number 11.
Lane 4. Williams, 14 reps are going to hand in the air.
9 minutes, 10 seconds have gone by, so still plenty of time for Megales here to set the top time with 1 heat left. And Emerson Megales gets across the finish line. 9 minutes, 20 seconds for him.
3 more reps in lane 14.
Luis Pessoa looking to be the next man to finish in lane 14. And now he has 5 reps remaining.
Pessoa is also what I said the first time I saw the word SOAS on paper.
And he is in at 9:46.
And he is done.
And now 2 reps remain in lane 16 for Marcelo Riella.
We got 2 minutes. Athletes, 2 minutes. Lane 12.
Riella, another guy on the wrong side of the cut line, 25th place overall with 218 points, and now he is in. And also in lane number 12, Andrea De Salvatore is across, and next to him in lane 10, here comes Ryan Retke.
Ryan is in at 10:16.
Chris Cable coming across.
Lane 7, Chris Cable is in, and he's the guy who sits in 20th in that final spot on the cut line.
Cable we talked about earlier, it's like good on the bar, good on the rings. Cable really brought it back in on those last snatches. He struggled a bit on the rings.
Meanwhile, Jason Lukanen and Jesse Williams have also finished up, and Wyatt Wardenberg is across.
4 reps remaining.
4 men left on the competition floor.
Final rep. We got 1 minute.
Left
We're coming up on 1 minute.
side, the bottom left corner of your screen. Now center your screen, that's Spencer Whitley, who now has 3 reps remaining. Got another athlete coming across.
Final 2 reps for Cardenas.
Looks like Heath Moody in lane 8.
Riley down to his final
Final rep for Whitley.
Here comes Cardenas across
Lane 15, Angel Cardenas is in.
Riley's coming across.
The problem for Cardenas is that the man in 20th place finished ahead of him. Cardenas is trying to gain ground on Cable for that final spot inside the cut line. So every man gets inside the 12-minute time cap here in the second heat. And it's Emerson Megales at 9 minutes and 20 seconds who has the new top time, as we have just 1 heat remaining in the 45 to 49-year-old division. One heat remains for the 45 to 49-year-old men as the overall leaders in this division take the floor on day number 3 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 7 hasn't changed since earlier today. Still doing snatches, clean and jerks, and muscle ups.
I was just looking at the arms and shoulders of the gentleman walking past me, and now I'm back. Don't know how
I'm sorry, I got lost in your traps.
My goodness, yes. 25 clean and jerks at 135, 25 ring muscle ups, finishing up at 25 snatches. This will be the last heat in this division before we move to the traditional standard of 30 reps across the board. And as this is the final heat, we've seen some fast times. First heat we've seen all day where all athletes finished underneath that 12-minute cap.
Overall standings coming into this event, the top 4 have really started to separate themselves. 36 points separate Jason Grubb from Robbie Perovich. Grubb trying to become the first man to ever win 5 straight Masters gold medals. He's 21 points up, I should say, on Kane Hayes with 4 events remaining in the competition.
Kane had himself a day to start things off with his performance in the wall ball chipper, and then in a very dramatic fashion on the bike sprint, maybe went out a little too fast. 71 cows in that first round is quite impressive.
That was a fun event to watch last night.
That was a really fun event to watch. So hopefully he has recovered since sending it all last night.
2, 1. Go.
Here we go.
So 9 minutes, 20 seconds. That's the time to be from Emerson Nogales in heat number 2. We start with the 25 clean and jerks at 135 pounds. Jason Grubb is going to be working out of lane number 10.
Everyone starting off with quick singles.
12-minute time cap out here.
And Grubb in the white tank top and the yellow shorts in the middle of the floor.
City at 5 at lane number 16.
So far in a really good pace here through his first 5 or 6 reps. Everybody's been getting done, for the most part, between about the 2:23-minute mark here.
Yeah, right around that time frame, and that's not a fast pace you have to go to get that time, but that's a good quality pace to keep. About 1 rep every 6 seconds will get you that 220 to 230 time split to start things off.
1 minute gone by, 12-minute time cap here.
12 reps in lane number 8.
That's lane number 6, Martin Doust, who comes in 9th place overall. His best finish, 4th place. He's done that a couple times so far in this competition.
He's actually got 4th place 3 times.
Lane number 4.
He has the 22nd and the 19th, which is what is keeping him out of the top 5. The judge's hand in the air now. For Alex O'Brien, who's closest to the camera, he's got 2 reps remaining. Just about every judge's hand is in the air. 2 reps remaining in lane 15, closest to the camera. That's Cristiano Domenico Leandro. And down in lane number 5, Alex O'Brien is working his way to the rings around the 2-minute, 10-second mark. Lane 15, Leandro, no shirt on now, heading to the muscle-ups. Lane 11, Kane Hayes finishing up. Jason Grubb is also done. He's in the background there. In lane number 10, Richard Vinn in lane 16, closing out his set of 25. Now, David Johnson in lane 14 is done. He and Jason Grubb on day number 1 had a great head-to-head battle in the final event of the day.
Still waiting for that reel. Still waiting that turnaround race during the handstand walk event. So far, I mean, other things, some absolute sense on the bike event last night is one of the top moments we've got to see here at the Masters Games.
25 ring muscle-ups now before going back to the barbell for 25 snatches at 135 pounds. Time to beat 9 minutes, 20 seconds. Emerson Magalis did that in heat number 2. As every man in that heat finished inside the 12-minute time cap.
The time split, keeping an eye on, will be 6:10 coming off the ring.
Jason Grubb logged out number 10.
And Jason Grubb in the middle of the box on the left side of your screen. He's through 10 of his 25 reps. Alex O'Brien in lane 5 on the right side of your screen. He's in the white shirt and yellow shorts. Just hopped down on the right side. He's the last athlete on the right. He was the first man to the rings. Meanwhile, Jason Grubb is getting back to work.
Number 15 here for Costa in lane number 13.
Well, Nuno Costa in lane number 13 is 10 reps away from finishing up. So we'll watch him. He's down in lane number 13. As in lane number 5, Alex O'Brien, the center of the box to your left, is back to work. Now 4.5 minutes have gone by here. Third and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old men.
What's nice going from here to the snatches that you can afford to put yourself into the red a bit more versus, say, clean and jerks to ring muscle-ups. Ring muscle-ups to snatches, yeah, you're going to have some shoulder fatigue. However, going from one to the other is not near as devastating or detrimental. So being okay with really getting those last final reps is some of the last ones you can do here. You will be okay getting to the bar.
The judge's hand in the air in lane 15 for Cristiano Leandro in the yellow shorts and no shirt. Next to him in lane 13, Nuno Costa's judge's hand is in the air. Jason Grubb's judge's hand is in the air. So a lot of these men are getting set to close out that set of 25. This one's going to definitely come down to a race on the barbell.
Bobby Mervis hand in the air with a trio of reps remaining in lane number 12.
So Leandro's still got 2 left. Nuno Costa is down to his final 2 reps. Jason Grubb has 4 remaining on the right side in lane number 10. And Alex O'Brien looks like he's done in lane 5. So Alex O'Brien on his haunches there is getting set to head to the barbell. On the other side in lane number 8, Chris Anderson is off the rings. Lane 12, Kane Hayes is done. And now here comes Jason Grubb, your overall leader. The white shirt and the yellow shorts. 25 reps here at 135 pounds. Now Grubb has a 21-point lead on Kane Hayes. And Hayes is over in lane number 11, so Grubb is looking right at Hayes, and Hayes is still on the rings.
Kane Hayes, 6'4", and it's a big body to be swinging around on the rings with.
That's some big gymnastics going on over there. Pumping out that last one, and Kane Hayes will head to the barbell. Robbie McCord is chasing down Hayes. McCord is on the barbell. He's in lane number 9 in the white shirt, black shorts, and the yellow wristbands. He is only 6 points back of Hayes for second place overall.
And McCord at one time was leading after the first day of competition.
And McCord has only one finish outside the top 10, and that was in event number 6 last night when he took 14. He's in the right side in the white top, black shorts, yellow wristbands. He's trying to hold off Kane Hayes, who has no shirt on now, and the black shorts right at the center of the screen. And Hayes is making quick work of that barbell. 9 minutes, 20 seconds is the top time from Emerson Magalis in heat number 2. This is the third and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-olds.
So Jason Grubb just hit his 19th snatch.
The judge's hand will be going in the air now. Jason Grubb with 5 reps remaining, but Kane Hayes is putting on a charge here. But Grubb is looking right at Hayes. So kind of a repeat what we saw at night number 1 between David Johnson and Jason Grubb. Now meanwhile, in lane number 15, Cristiano Leandro has 3 reps remaining. Grubb doesn't necessarily have to worry about Leandro right now. Grubb on his final rep. Leandro now down to 1 final rep. Jason Grubb, this one might be a dash to the finish, and I think Leandro got there first. 8:28 for Leandro. He's going to pick up the win. Grubb is 1 second back. That'll be a second place finish for Jason Grubb. But most importantly for Grubb, he beats the 2 men immediately behind him in the overall standings.
Nunakoska just crossed the finish line.
Kosa is in, and now in lane number 12, Robbie Perovich strolled across the finish line. Lane 9 is Robbie McCord. So McCord, if anyone else can finish here, he can get some help and really close the gap on Kane Hayes.
He was only 6 points back of Hayes coming into this.
Now in lane 7, Mike Kern is in. That's going to help out McCord because there are 3 spots between each finishing position here in an event, which means that McCord just needed 2 guys between himself and Hayes to wipe that deficit out.
And behind McCord on the leaderboard was Perovich, who was only 9 points behind him and just 15 points back of Kane Hayes.
And David Johnston finished up as well, so Kane Hayes is going to get in. That's his final rep. He's across the finish line.
And we might see Hayes drop from 2nd to 4th, depending on how many athletes got between Perovich and McCord, who were sitting in 3rd and 4th prior to this event starting.
Well, lane 16 is Richard Vick, who had an incredible start to this competition. He had a 2nd and then a 1st in his first 2 events, but then started going the wrong way in the overall standings. He had a 23rd place finish at event number 2. And since then has yet to kind of get back on the right side of things.
Down in lane number 16, with a single rep for
the final rep for Vince. And he is across, and it leaves, I think, 1 man left on the competition floor down in lane number 4, and that's Vlad Leah. And he's done. Cristiano Leandro looks like he's going to pick up the event win. Jason Grubb, though, in the bigger picture, takes 2nd place and will widen his lead over both Kane Hayes and Robbie McCord for 1st place on the leaderboard with now 3 events remaining. 45 to 49-year-old men are done. 40 to 44-year-olds coming up next here in Birmingham, Alabama on day 3 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 40 to 44-year-old men set to take center stage here in Birmingham, Alabama, as the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continue here. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. First of two heats for the 40 to 44-year-olds. And now we're up in the dosage. 90 total reps.
You like it a juice? You like it a juice? You got
the juice is good, yes?
Yeah, it's juicing it up a little bit. 30 clean and jerks, 30 ring muscle ups, 30 snatches, 135 is the weight on the bar. 12 minute is the time cap. Now in the 45 to 49 division, though they were doing 15 total reps less, that's when we started seeing all athletes being able to finish underneath that 12-minute cap.
The cuts are looming. At the end of the day, top 20 athletes will move on to the 10th and final event. And a lot of men in this heat trying to get on the right side of that cut line here over these next three events.
And holding on to that cut line is lane number 10, David Santa Cruz Bortstrand, who has 254 points, sits in 20th place. Kevin Jones, 10 back. Michael Walsh, 5 back. Paco Bravo, we don't play favorites, but I do love your name, 24 points back, and Dustin Harth, 25 points back. Fully understanding we have 3 events today to shake out who's going to be making that top 20, but in lane number 10, it is Bortstrand who's holding on to that final qualifying position for that top 20 cut.
And it bears repeating in case people are just joining us, but the reason the start is staggered here with some athletes starting under the rig, some at the barbell, is because that will equalize the distance that every athlete has to travel throughout the entirety of this event.
2, 1, go.
First of two heats for the 40 to 44-year-old men is underway. 30 now clean and jerks at 135 pounds to kick it off.
30 clean and jerks, as most of you know, is the benchmark girl test called Grace. As all athletes look to be doing quick singles. A little golf clap for our 19 gentlemen that are on the competition floor at the moment. At the pace, you'll see most of these athletes, if they're able to sustain this, they'll be between that 2:40 to 3-minute mark before they get to those 30 ring muscle ups.
A pretty good pace for all the athletes so far. We would expect, like we saw in the final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old men, most of these athletes to finish around the same time and make it to the rings.
And it really is just a buy-in. You don't need to race this, and you actually don't even need to cycle the bar quickly, even doing quick singles, to have a decent time, because whether you're 10 to 15 seconds back here, the 30 ring muscle ups, there's going to be so much going on as far as who's good at what, who's better here.
Got Guido Trinidad, sorry, Chase on the left side of your screen, and Michael Walsh in the middle there with no shirt.
Lane number 16 has it for Kevin Jones.
Anyway, Guido Trinidad is one of the masterminds behind Wodapalooza.
And that's an event, like, if you've never been to, you gotta go. You gotta go, it's just a fantastic environment there.
And for the first time ever, Tier Wodapalooza will be making their way to California in September for the elite team competition they have set up.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to checking out that event. That's Dustin Harth in lane 8 in the middle of your screen. And next to him is the man who's sitting on the cut line. That's David Santa Cruz Borgstrand. And now judges' hands in the air across the floor.
23 reps in. For Brim at lane number 2, he scores almost to the end.
No one has really seen to separate themselves by much, maybe by a handful of seconds. So we can see this entire heat advance to the rings all within 10 to 15 seconds of each other.
Young Jae Park in lane 7 and Patrick McGinnis in lane 1 were the first two men to the rings. And now in lane number 12 on the other side of the floor, Paco Bravo in the yellow shirt and black shorts. First man on that side of the floor to get to the rings.
Got some company though.
Is that most the athletes done right around that 3-minute mark.
And now 30 ring muscle-ups. Before we get back to the barbell for the final 30 snatches at 135 pounds. First of 2 heats here for the 40 to 44-year-old men.
All our athletes now head back.
Lane 15. That's Lana Boren going to the chalk. Next to him in lane 13, Guido Trinidad. And on the left side of your screen in lane 17 is Matthew Waxman, pardon me. And then on the right with no shirt in lane number 11 is Michael Walsh.
Michael Walsh is 5 points out, sitting in 21st.
Lane number 11.
To David Santa Cruz Borgstrand, who's on the opposite side of the floor in lane number 10.
Now, if you're looking for the women's competition, that's over on the other stream right now as they have advanced into event number 8. So Tommy Marquez, Lauren Khalil on the call for that on the secondary stream that we have coming from Birmingham. That's going to be going on all day as some of these events are going to overlap. There's David Santa Cruz Borgstrand in lane number 10. 4.5 minutes gone by here, 12-minute time cap.
14 reps in for Axman in lane number 17.
Well, Matthew Axman in lane 17. You can't see him. He's off screen taking a break, but he is nearly halfway through these 30 reps.
15 reps in lane number 19.
And also Ure Menendez Lopez in lane 19 is halfway through.
That hand in the air is going to let us know that they're going to be down to their final reps.
5 minutes and 10 seconds elapsed.
A lot of athletes out starting to take bigger breaks here as we work our way through these 30 reps. A couple of men have already gotten past the halfway point. Boy, in lane 17, Matthew Axman hopped on the rings and started his kip and hopped right back off.
Sometimes you hop up, you don't get a good hand grip, and you know just you're going to fail that if you attempt it. Again, in lane 11, Michael Walsh is 21st place, 5 points out. If you look right behind him, leaning over the fence, he's screaming at him, is Emma McQuaid.
Not a bad person to have in your corner. Yeah, Michael Walsh is a guy that brought his whole family over from Ireland to spectate. He's gone to the Legends Championship before.
Got to the pleasure of meeting his little girl before competition started.
He's an affiliate owner. His judge's hand is in the air. Michael Walsh looks to be the first man off the rings. And as you mentioned, Chase, one spot out of the cut line. 21st place overall coming into this event. Guido Trinidad's judge's hand is in the air as well. So Walsh is in lane 11 on the box on the left side of your screen. Guido Trinidad is next to him.
Walsh had walked up to the rings and decided to rest a couple more seconds to see if he can knock these final 3 reps out.
Meanwhile, lane 12, Paco Bravo onto the barbell. First man to start his set of 30 snatches. And in lane number 6, John Hasdevac is going to join him on the final portion of this event as we pass the 7-minute mark. The 2 men on the barbell, and Walsh and Trinidad should be the next 2 off the rings.
Now, one of the standards they're using here, Sean, is that sometimes these athletes will receive the bar wide with their feet outside the hips, and they're actually requiring them to bring their feet underneath their hips for the rep to actually count.
And here comes Michael Walsh and Guido Trinidad, the 4 men onto the barbell here in the first of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-olds.
Our final 2 muscle ups in lane number
closing this off with 30 snatches at 135. That's the girl benchmark workout, Isabel. As you have 3 mini benchmark tests within this event.
Lane number 15.
Trinidad on the left side of your screen competed as an individual in 2012. Making his 3rd appearance at the games as a master. His best finish came in 2017. He was 7th in the 35 to 39-year-old division. Is now lane 17, Matthew Axtman is onto the barbell. Next to him in lane 15, that's Lionel Boren. More men starting to leave the rig and make the walk towards the barbell. Dustin Harth is one of them. And Antonio Bruno down there at the far end of the floor. Bruno with the yellow shirt, black shorts.
One of the very few men that have not got off the rings in the back is Borgstrand, who was or is currently holding on to that 20th place position.
And now he's done as Borgstrand. He's in that headband and white shirt, the pink headband. He's got to do some damage control here, and he's going to go touch and go on his first now 3 reps.
Now at this point in time, we said singles on the clean and jerk, but once you get to the barbell, what Borgstrand's doing is just trying to do as big of an unbroken set as possible to just gain some reps on those around him.
He got through 5 before he started going to singles.
19 here in lane number 11.
But Michael Walsh in lane number 11, one of the leaders here in this heat. No shirt, black shorts.
I think Walsh just passed the 20 rep mark.
The 10 remain for him. Past the 10-minute mark, less than 2 minutes to go here.
25 reps in, 5 to go.
The judge's hand in the air for Paco Bravo. He's also not wearing a shirt. On the right side of your screen, black shorts. Now on the left in the center, Michael Walsh is now looking at 5 remaining reps. On the right side of your screen, and Bravo is down to his final rep. The Paco Bravo is done, and Bravo Paco, 10:37 to pick up the heat win.
Final 2 reps to go for Michael Walsh here in lane number 11.
Michael Walsh is down to his final rep. Guido Trinidad's judge's hand is in the air as well, so Walsh is across, 10:56 for him. Guido Trinidad on the far left side of your screen, he's got 3 reps remaining. John Hasdeback has come across.
Just past that 11-minute mark, Paco Bravo.
As has now Young J Park in lane 7. Guido Trinidad is in. About 30 seconds to go here. The judge's hand in the air, lane 17. That's Matthew Axtman. He's down to his final rep. Axtman looks to be the next man to finish, and he is done, and Axtman is across at 11:43. That is David Santa Cruz Borgstrand on the left side in that pink headband. He's really gained some ground here.
Wow.
That will help him as he is across at about 11:52, so getting inside the time gap here is big for Borgstrand as he looks to keep himself on the right side of the cut line, and that will do it for heat number 1, and it's going to be Paco Bravo at 10:37 who sets the top time heading into the second and final heat. Heat number 2 for the 40 to 44-year-old men coming up next as we continue our coverage here in Birmingham, Alabama of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. We are set for the second and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men here in Event 7, the opening event on day number 3 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 3 total events today, 3 of movements in this event, 90 total reps. It's the standard.
Standard is back. 30 clean and jerks at 135, 30 ring muscle ups, and 30 snatches.
Lane number 7, James Legend. Lane number 8, Alexandre.
Most athletes were done around the 2:45 to 3-minute mark on the clean and jerks, taking about 4 minutes in that middle 30 ring muscle ups, and you just throw that out there. 4 minutes to do that. It's fairly impressive in the middle of the event, but coming down to those final snatches, because we've had a lot of tight races so far.
Overall standings coming into this event, Jonathan Edel, in his first appearance here at the CrossFit Games, 564 points. He's 39 up on Julian Cerna. Chico Quesada has a 30-point cushion on the former Winnipeg Blue Bomber Pierre-Luc Labbé for the final spot on the podium.
Let us do the eyeball test, which never really works out well, but the events that he's won so far, the running and deadlifts, the rope climbs and handstand walks, has been very impressive to see how well-rounded he has been, as you said, with 3 event wins of the 6 we've had so far.
And Jonathan Edel, the overall leader, will be working out of lane number 10. Staggered start again to equalize the distance that the athletes are traveling throughout the event to keep everything fair, and the time to beat that these men will be chasing is Paco Bravo at 10:37 out of heat number 1.
I like this event for Edel. Cycling a bar. We saw what he did with a 150-pound sandbag on the first day of competition. Great on his hands, great with the rope, has some good conditioning. I'm curious to see what his ring muscle-ups look like. I know he's not going to have any problem with the bar, but just by the way he's performed so far.
As you mentioned, 3 event wins. He won event 1, event 2, and event 5.
7 reps through for McWilliams, lane number 1.
First appearance here at the CrossFit Games for the man from Blackout CrossFit in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. He's listed at 220 pounds.
9 reps in for Meyer, lane number 3.
Bruno, 11 reps at lane 14.
Risa through 11 reps, lane number 5.
See how good that was for me to a scene of a liar, liar line? Yeah. In your tank top.
30 clean and jerks at 135 pounds to start us off here. Lane number 5, that's Josh Boonstra. Boonstra comes in 11th place overall. So very much on the right side of the cut line. 20 athletes advancing to the 3rd and final day tomorrow. Alexander Jolivet in lane number 8 is 2/3 of the way through here.
43 reps at lane 6 for Burt.
Judge's hand starting to go in the air, and no shock. Jonathan Edel's judge. His hand is in the air. He's on the right side of your screen. Middle of your screen in lane number 8, that's Alexander Jolivet, who currently sits in 5th place overall with 413 points. And 2 reps remain for Edel. And he will make his way to the ring.
220. Jeez. That is fast.
Now we will see what this man can do on the ring.
This is what I've been looking for. A lot of cool surprises from him so far with those 3 event wins. One of those coming from that nasty chipper we had yesterday.
Danny Burke in lane 6 and Alexander Jolivet in 8 head to the rings. And now just about everybody in the odd number lanes on the left side of the floor going there. Lane number 12, no shirt on, that's Pierre-Luc Labbé.
And Edel has done 2 singles to start his 30 ring muscle ups.
We'll keep an eye on that. Now, he does have a comfortable lead over Julian Cerna, but one disastrous event can erase the majority of that. So Edel is only through 2 reps in the white tank top.
McDonald is there.
39 points over Cerna. And
he's going to stick with
like
singles.
This might be the path that Edel's going to take.
Now, Julian Cerna's at the other end of the floor. He's in lane number 11. We'll keep an eye on him. Cerna's got to make up 39 points.
That's a failed rep on your 4th one. We may have found the chink in the armor.
4-minute mark.
Jonathan Edel, middle of your screen. It's got to find a way to get through these 30-ring muscle-ups.
Open up with 3 singles after getting off the barbell at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. About 20 seconds ahead of everybody. Just failed his 4th rep and now failed his rep again. And this was the question coming in, and that is the look of someone who knew this might be coming.
Now the good news for Edel, what do we got coming up? An event with a heavy clean and a 1-rep max front squat. He can get right back into it, but now it is about damage control for our overall leader and a huge opportunity for the man in lane number 11, Julian Cerna, to maybe overtake him for the overall lead.
And Cerna was only 39 points back, and that's the difference between a 1st and 12th place finish.
And he's on the left side of your screen, no shirt on, and he is having no problem with these muscle-ups. 30 reps here to complete before you move back to the barbell.
Yeah, Cerna will still need to capitalize on this opportunity.
13 reps in for
Paco Bravo has the time to beat at 10:37. Mid of your screen, lane number 9, that's Chico Quesada, the man who is in 3rd place overall coming into this event. Edel's got to get to the barbell in order to avoid a dead last finish in this event. And he's back up on the rings. White top, now another failure. This is...
And I don't know if it's something that's bothering him versus an inability to do something that just doesn't check.
He looks like he's high enough to make the turnover there.
He is, and he's maybe just hesitant.
And now another attempt for Edel, and now he's just done.
Jeez.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the floor, Jonathan Varela is almost done with his set of 30. He has 3 reps remaining.
And when Edel gets one, it's fine. It's not necessarily stable on the turnover to the dip, but where he fails.
And Varela is now done, and he is heading back to the barbell.
Whoa!
6 minutes, 25 seconds for the first 2 movements. So Varela is in 6th place overall with 412 points, so he's looking to move himself into striking distance for a spot inside the top 3.
In the event, Edel gets last, gets 0 points. He would still be potentially in a, I mean, he's going to drop pretty far, but he could still be in a 6th or 7th place position.
Now he just hit a good rep, did Edel, on the right side of your screen, and those 3 event wins, you put those in your pocket, and you do have the ability to maybe punt one into the stands.
And he's got a 3rd, and he's got a 6th. He hasn't had any bad events at all until he got to this point.
And more men onto the barbell now in lane number 7. James St. Leger is there. In lane number 15, Rudolph Berger is there. And in lane 17, Clinton Russell, closest to the camera. He's working on his 30 snatches at 135. Other side of the floor, Bruno Miltao is going through his snatches, and down in lane number 4, Bradley Alcock. And our overall leader is still on the rings, and I do not think he's going to get through these 30 reps.
At this point, if it is something that is bothering him, not the inability to do that, just stop.
Now he's starting to get it sorted out. He hits another rep and now walks it out.
Here, lane 12 has moved at that 8-minute mark.
Only 4 men are still on the rings, and Edel, the overall leader, is one of them.
8.5 minutes. 6 reps to lane 2 for Paul.
Lane 13, your leader in the event, that's Jonathan Varela. He's in the right center of your screen. He's got the black sleeves, yellow shirt, black shorts on. Trying to chase down Paco Bravo's time of 10:37.
We are halfway there in lane number 15 for Boozer.
Varela is on the left side of your screen. As we approach 3 minutes remaining here.
13 reps in lane 4 for Bradley.
And Varela, I think, just got the cue from his judge about bringing his feet in.
Yeah, it's just something we've seen so far. It's the first I've seen this standard applied in competition.
And there it is
15 in lane 4 for
for
Bradley.
Varela, who continues to lead here, I believe. But everybody is onto the barbell except for Jonathan Edel, the overall leader, who's on the right side of your screen, still on the rings.
9.5 minutes in.
The 5 reps remain for Varela.
Paul, 17 reps in lane 2.
Paul Delanoy is at 17 reps.
Varela looking for his first event win in the competition. He's got 2 second place finishes in event 1 and 2, and that is going to do it for Varela. 10:01 and 100 points.
Just under 2 minutes.
And in lane 13, Varela, right next to him, Julian Cerna is now in, and Cerna is going to take a gigantic lane 15, Rudolph Berger was in. Cerna is still working. So Julian Cerna is still on the floor. He's got no shirt on left side of your screen. So Paco Bravo is going to lock up a 3rd place finish. Ooh, in a close race in 11 and 9 between Cerna and Quesada, but Cerna looking like he's going to take 4th best case scenario in the event, and he will now take a gigantic chunk out of Jonathan Edel's lead, because Edel is not going to get off the ring.
Pierre's in right at an 11-minute mark.
Pierre-Luc Labbé in lane 12 is in. Down in lane number 4, Bradley Alcock is in, followed by Paul Delanoy.
Mick Williams down to his final rep here in lane number 1.
1 more rep in lane 8. We got 45 seconds. Jonathan still trying to point through.
More men starting to come across lane 7. You got James St. Leger is in.
Mick Williams came across.
Down in lane number 1, Dustin McWilliams is finished.
30 seconds.
And we have 30 seconds before we hit the time cap.
Down to his final snatch, gonna touch and go there. He's coming
And that's
across.
lane 6 on the left side of your screen, Danny Burke.
18 for Anthony.
And he's done, and he'll get in with about 18 seconds to spare.
11:40. 15 seconds.
The final rep in lane 18 for Anthony
10
McDonald.
seconds.
And in air for Owsley down here, lane number
He will
19.
finish up. 5 reps remain in lane 19, left side of your screen for Brett Owsley, but he's going to run out of time.
1.
So disaster for Jonathan Edel, the overall leader, is going to fall out of that position. Where he lands has yet to be determined, but Julian Cerna looks to overtake the top spot in the standings, courtesy of what looks like a 4th place finish in this event.
It just depending on how others finish, as well as I don't think he's going to fall totally out because he had such a big lead coming in. But unreal to see that. And I don't know if it was an inability to just have that skill in your back pocket. Something's bothering me that can't navigate those as well as he could. But I didn't see that coming.
Did not. Big surprise here for the 45 to 49-year-old men. Pardon me, the 40 to 44-year-old men. We're now down to the final 2 heats. 35 to 39-year-olds coming up next. 2 heats remain in event number 7. As the 35 to 39-year-old men are up next. First of 2 heats for them. In the first of 3 events that they will face here on the 3rd day of competition in Birmingham, Alabama at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The event at hand is the standard.
30 clean and jerks at 135, 30 ring muscle-ups, 30 snatches at 135. Bigger challenge we've seen across the board so far is actually that 12-minute time cap to get all this work completed.
And I'll give you the rest of the guys once we are in the fight.
Cuts are looming as we will whittle the field down to 20 athletes at the end of day number 3 here, so only 20 moving on to the 10th and final event tomorrow here. Here are your lane assignments for this first of 2 heats.
And it's Adam Vincent in lane 10 who has that 20th place position with Helmick, Elijah Muhammad, and Julian Lopez, 18 points and 19 points behind him.
30 clean and jerks at 135 pounds to start us off here.
Dominic Mauricio in lane number 18. All right, a bit 7 and 12 minutes on the clock. 30 clean and jerks, all about 30.
It's like everybody's going for quick, easy singles.
35 to 39.
So between 2:30 to 3 minutes is where you see a lot of these athletes move on from.
8 reps in. 30 by 30 by 30. 30 clean and jerks, 30.
It's a nice casual buy-in of 30 clean and jerks at 135 before you get to the meat in the middle. There's 30 ring muscle-ups waiting for these athletes.
And as we saw in the prior heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men, those things can spell disaster for some athletes. And Jonathan Adele, the overall leader, got stuck on that portion of the event. Some of the men are already through 15 of these 30 total repetitions. Wait to see judges' hands in the air. And it's likely that that's going to happen more or less all at once. Adam Vincent in lane 10 is one of those men who's on the back half of this event. At least as far as the 30 clean and jerks are concerned. Got a couple former individual competitors at the games in this heat. Elijah Muhammad is one of them, Brandon Historic, Gary Helmick, 3 guys who have competed as individuals at the CrossFit Games. Lane number 8, that is Mike Egan in the white shirt and the yellow shorts, hand up in the air. In lane number 10 for Adam Vincent, looking to stay on the right side of the cut line here, performing well early. Now more hands starting to be held up. And what we would expect right around the 2-minute 20-second mark is when we've seen a lot of athletes start to put the final touches on this set of 30.
And as fast as it seems, these guys are so fit that is a good casual pace. It's not going slow, but we're not overdoing it before we get to the rings.
Adam Vincent and Michael Hernandez will be the first 2 men to the rings. Also in lane number 12, Julian Lopez is there. And now Elijah Muhammad has moved on to the rings. And in lane number 15, that's Sergey Chris.
Adam Vincent, who got to the rings first. Currently sitting at 20th overall. We do have 3 events today. But trying not to leave anything to chance. As you see Vincent in the center part of your screen already through his first set of ring muscle-ups. 30 total reps here in the middle.
Elijah Muhammad in lane number 11 comes in 21st place overall. Just hopped out the rings. He's in the black shorts, no shirt. He's 18 points back of Vincent for that spot.
Vincent just hit a set of 5 for his second set.
Other side of the floor were the men who got to the rings first and led by Adam Vincent in lane 10. And next to him, Julian Lopez in lane 12 and Michael Hernandez in lane 14. They were the first 3 men done with the 30 clean and jerks.
And Vincent, who's working on his 3rd set, looked like he was keeping his eye on the clock, so he might have himself on a rep count and time count.
Adam on the 15.
As he had a set of 5 for his first, and it looks like he just hit his 3rd set of 5. It's in lane number 10 on the left side of your screen.
Vincent making his first appearance at the CrossFit Games. Listed at 5'11", 215 pounds, so perhaps that strategy is to make sure he has enough gas in the tank to when he gets to the barbell, he can just grip it and rip it.
Crack. As we approach 5 minutes on the clock.
And Vincent back to work left side of your screen in lane number 10.
18 reps in lane 10.
Elijah Muhammad in lane number 11. He's continuing to work as well.
Vincent on the left side in lane 10 now did a set of 3. So you open with 3 sets of 5. Now set of 3. If I were brainstorming for myself, 3 sets of 5, maybe you do 5 sets of 3. Get yourself through those 30.
22 reps in lane 6. Working through.
And Vincent will hit his 3rd set of or 2nd set of 3.
Let's start 21 reps in. 25 reps in lane 9 for the
Elijah Muhammad taking a little bit of a break here. And sometimes you'll see that when people rest, it's like I'm gonna walk here, walk back, and then it's back up. The judge's hand in the air for lane number 14, and Michael Hernandez now has 1 rep remaining. Hernandez is done, and he will be the first man to the barbell, and we are now just hitting the 6-minute mark.
As Michael
He got through those ring muscle-ups in about 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Now here comes
lane 6.
the Julian Lopez
Lane 18.
to get the chalk and head back. He's going to try to catch up with Hernandez, who's the only man on the barbell right now.
5 reps in for Hernandez.
Well, more judges' hands starting to go in the air here. In lane number 9, Gary Helmick is now done, the former individual CrossFit Games competitor, walking to the barbell on the right side of your screen. Lane 16, that's Jimmy Woodard, he's done. Now 3 men onto the 30 sats, is at 135 pounds.
Looks like it's going to go 1 Hernandez, 2 Helmick, and 3 Sergey in lane number 15.
That's 10 reps.
Mario Barbati is onto the barbell. He's in the white shirt and black shorts at the left side of your screen.
Dominique is coming to lane 18.
And now in lane 17, Blas Ruiz Gonzalez is done. Dominic Maurici is finished as well. And now in lane 10, here comes Adam Vincent, the man who was the first man done with those 30 clean and jerks. He's in left to center of your screen, yellow shirt, black shorts, and has a really good pace here on these singles on his first 3 reps.
He's got some room to make up. So if you want to try to stay with Hernandez, Hernandez just passed the halfway point. That's 16 reps for him.
That is Hernandez.
The left side of your screen is Blas Ruiz Gonzalez in lane 17, but the first man on this side of the floor was Gary Helmick. He's in the black shorts, no shirt, on the very far right side of your screen.
I think Helmick is close to 14 reps. Hernandez at 18 reps.
We have 2 men who are still on the ring. Lane number 13, Peter Meljaric is now done. Leaves Dex Hopkins on the rings back in lane number 2. Now Hopkins has been battling a wrist injury. He's in the background there. He's got the white shirt, yellow headband. You can see him in the very far back of the floor. He's had that wrist injury that forced him in the snatch speed ladder to use a mixed grip.
No, thank you. Now Hernandez might be getting close to his final 5.
No shirt, yellow shorts is Michael Hernandez, and now judges hand in the air for him. 5 reps remain for Michael Hernandez, looking to set the early time to beat here with 1 heat remaining.
Gary Helmick is about 3-4 reps behind him. Helmick on the right side of your screen in the black shorts, no shirt.
Well, Hernandez is 27th place overall coming into this event, so trying to get himself on the right side of the cut line, and this effort will help down to his final rep. And now hand in the air for Vincent, who has made up a ton of ground here. Vincent has 5 reps remaining, as Hernandez is in at 9:22. And now Vincent is going to take second in the heat. 9:30 for him.
Those last snatches for Vincent, he held onto the bar to get ahead. So Vincent, who is first off the clean and jerks, probably has the fastest split for the last snatches as well.
But Gary Helmick is 1 rep away from finishing up. He's on the left side of your screen with no shirt on, black shorts, yellow wristband. He's done. And Helmick is across at 9:56, right along with Andrea Barbati in lane 6. They were dead even, were Helmick and Barbati.
Helmick was 8 points behind Vincent, tied with points with Eliza Muhammad, who just got to the barbell.
Now in lane 7, Brandon Pastorik is across the finish line. Lane 17, bottom of your left side of your screen, I should say, Blas Ruiz Gonzalez. And now lane 15, Sergey Chris is in.
90 seconds on the clock. Tap and go in lane 8.
With 90 seconds left before we hit the 12-minute time cap. And in lane 18, that's Dominic Marici who is across.
It's about 3 guys all at once.
Mike Egan in lane number 8 was also in, and I think lane number 12, that was Julian Lopez who came across.
Just better and better for Michael Hernandez, who, as you said, Sean, was in 27th coming into this event to start the day number 3.
But down in lane 5, Jason Lucas is now in.
I got Woodard Hopkins working.
Lane 13. Judge's hand is in the air. Down in lane number 3, that's Kyle Carvalho is in. And now Peter Meljarek has closed out his event.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. We still have a handful of men working, and Easy Muhammad is one of them. He was one of the first men off the rings. He's on the left side of your screen. And now he's got 5 reps remaining, 20 seconds in which to do them.
Gonna have to hang on to the bar. You just saw the time on the clock.
Well, Jimmy Woodard is the man on the right side who's still working. He's got 10 seconds left as Easy doesn't look like he's going to make it.
3, 2, 1.
Well, Michael Hernandez, 9 minutes, 22 seconds. He got done with the first 2 movements, the clean and jerks and the muscle ups, at 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
I mean, 5 minutes and 50 seconds would be a quality 30 ring muscle ups for time, let alone doing 30 clean and jerks prior to that.
And we are down to the final heat. 1 heat remains in event number 7 for the 35 to 39-year-old men, and that's coming up next.
All right, folks, here we go.
We are down to the final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old men here in event number 7, the opening event of day number 3 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Event number 7 pulled right from the 2019 CrossFit Games. 3 movements, 90 reps.
One more time, Sean. One more time. 30 clean and jerks at 135, 30 ring muscle-ups, 30 snatches at 135. Now, there's a couple of guys in here that may, well, I mean, if you've been games training, this is an event that should be a staple in that, not just because it was programmed at the CrossFit Games, but this is just a great test in general. Grace, 30 ring muscle-ups, Isabel.
Overall standings, we've seen some close battles at the top of the leaderboard coming into this event. This is not one of them. Will Morad is 96 points up on Nick Anapolsky for first. Bronislaw Olenkowicz currently sits in third, but he is only 8 points up on Stefan Cassette. So other than first place, things are wide open.
And Bronislav had a great end of the day yesterday, getting first in the chipper, second in the bike event. But Will Morad, first place on the bike event. One of the more impressive things I've seen from him this weekend. Has a couple of event wins himself, which is why he has about a 100-point lead on the second place person. 3 event wins for Will Morad, nothing outside the top 5.
10 seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1. Go.
The second and final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old men has begun. The time to beat belongs to Michael Hernandez at 9:22, and keep in mind he was done with the clean and jerks and the ring muscle-ups with about 5 minutes and 50 seconds elapsed in this event.
Off the bar, right around that 230 with a lot of athletes in that first heat. All the guys out here doing quick singles, just trying to stay relaxed, using your legs to do the work here. So driving from the floor, jumping from that second pole hang position, letting your shoulders work more than your arms. You got to save all that for the ring muscle-ups.
9 reps in at lane number 19 from Irene. 11 reps to lane 15 from Beckless. Anthony.
30 total repetitions here to start. Lane 18 closest to the camera. That's Will Kane. And then you got Paul Tremblay in lane number 17 in the white shirt, black shorts. He's going to have no problem with that barbell. And next to him in lane 19 is Stefano Vigliarini, the guy we've seen compete quite a bit back in the old Meridian Regional days.
We got a 1 max front squat coming up, and I want to see Paul Tremblay get his hands on that along with Bronislaw Olenkowicz.
There is Paul Tremblay, who comes in to this event in 14th place overall. Gary Jones next to him in lane 15. The two of them working through their 30 reps at 135 pounds here. Judge's hand in the air for, I believe, Will Morad, who has 5 reps remaining. And Paul Tremblay also has 5 reps remaining.
Now, Will Morad, who got 10th in 2019, actually wasn't even able to do this event because he had an injury prior to. So he gets a second chance at this one, now sitting in a first place position.
The 3 former individual games competitors are the first 3 done. Craig Kenny, Paul Tremblay, and Will Morad. The Morad right to work on those 30 muscle-ups. Down in lane number 4, Ivan Verdun in the white shirt, black shorts. He's there on the rings as well. Lane 16 in the yellow and the black right side of your screen. That's Anthony Vasquez. And in lane 14, Mitch Wagner now onto the muscle-ups. Just about all the athletes are through their 30 clean and jerks. The only man left on the floor is Kevin Schutz. who is on his final rep. He's on the right side of your screen, still on the barbell.
Will Morad working on rep number 10 and lane 10.
It's like Will Morad just hit 10 reps on the other side of the floor. Open up with 2 sets of 5.
30. A big number to pull. 8 reps to that question always there. Lane number 5. Carlos Amadeo taking big chunks out of it. Hutchison working on reps.
Yeah, Will Morad in lane number 10. He's got the black shorts, no shirt, wearing the headband. And if you followed him, you remember he pulled off one of the biggest comebacks in semifinal history in the final event in 2022 at the Syndicate Crown when he erased a 76-point deficit to get himself into a qualifying spot. And we mentioned this on Thursday. The victim of that comeback, the man who was on the outside looking in, was James Sprague.
What is that? The villain origin story for James Sprague? Maybe not villain, but
Well, Sprague pulled off a comeback of his own for the final 2 events
they
at
got
the CrossFit Games.
the better end of that deal at the CrossFit Games this year. Will Morad at 15 reps.
Wagner sitting at 21.
Yeah, back in 2021, Morad also found out that his wife had breast cancer following the game. She's currently healthy and doing fine, but that was an ordeal that he and his family had to go through.
Actually, Will Morad's at 25, 5 reps left to go, and to that point, he's gone through some of his own things in a health-wise over the extension of his career, so it's still good to see him out here at an elite level.
5 reps remaining.
Michael Hernandez, who has your time to beat, was done with the clean and jerks and the muscle ups at 5:50.
3 more reps remaining for Will
And
Morad.
Morad is looking to crush that time.
14 for Wagner.
Also in lane 14, Mitch Wagner is almost done. So Will Morad all by himself in front, strolling to the barbell. We're not even at the halfway point yet, and he is looking to widen his already gigantic lead on top of the overall standings.
5 feet on the clock.
Morad's already got 3 event wins here. There's 600 points that have been allocated so far in the competition. He has 570 of them. Wagner is done, and in lane 8, Henry Matthews is moving to the barbell.
10 reps for Will Morad.
Here comes Ivan Verdun in lane 4.
Lane 4 has moved on, Larry. Will Kane is moving on in lane 18.
Here comes Will Kane in lane 18 on the right side as Will Morad continues to leave everyone in his wake here. Nick Anapolsky in lane 11. He's the man who sits in second place overall. With no shirt, black shorts, he's onto the barbell. And now in lane 15, here comes Gary Jones.
Will Morad sit at 20 reps in lane 10. Working on rep number
Morad
21.
is through 21 of his 30 reps, and he has not slowed down here.
We just passed the 7-minute mark, and he's only got 8 reps left to go.
Will Morad facing it down lane number 9. Bratislava Linkovic.
Craig Kenny just got done with the muscle ups. He's in the upper right-hand part of your screen, white shirt, black weight belt. Meanwhile, Will Morad's judge's hand is already in the air. He has 4 reps remaining, does Will Morad. He already has 3 event wins. And he's about to pick up his 4th. 1 rep remains. And Will Morad is dominating this competition. 4th event win for Morad.
Walking across at 7:40.
Beat the prior best time by 90 seconds.
Across our line, Morad taking down that top time, set it, lead number 1. Who's going to be that second athlete to make an entry?
Mitch Wagner in lane 14 was the second man to the barbell.
And no, it's not the final of the 2019 games. The Matt Fraser sign was 8:05. Will Murray just did a 7:40
Wow.
at 35.
I mean, anytime you beat Matt Fraser in anything, you take that.
24 reps in lane 8.
Henry Matthews in lane 8 is making quick work of that barbell. His judge's hand is in the air. Matthews in the white shirt, black shorts, left side of your screen, now in the middle. Two more reps for him. And Matthews 5th place overall, so he's trying to creep closer to a spot on the podium. That's huge for him. That'll be good enough for 97 points in the second place finish in the event. Judge's hand in the air for Mitch Wagner. Wagner is done, and he will take 3rd.
That 9:22 time from Hernandez is looking very good.
Ivan Verdun is in.
3 minutes.
Shea Smith, final rep as we pass 9-10 of the 23. And Smith will bring it across the
It's like Bronislav Alenguis might have 1 rep left to go.
And no surprise there, as Bronislav Alenguis never met a barbell he did not like.
That's very good for him because he's also getting ahead of Anna Polonsky.
Oh, he needed to hurry there. He may have tied or not gotten ahead of Michael Hernandez. And right now, every point matters for these guys. Hernandez was right at 9:22 at his prior time, and Alenguis was right around that. But now final rep for Nick Anapolsky as he's across. Down in lane number 2, Mark Hutchinson is in. Still plenty of time for these men to finish up the event in lane number 19. Stefano Migliorini, left side of your screen. He's now done. Lane 18, other side of the floor, Will Kane is in. Paul Tremblay finished up. And now Gary Jones is across. Simone Paquette in lane 13. In the middle of the screen in the white shirt, black shorts.
We're coming about 90 seconds.
And he has now 3 reps remaining, far end of the floor. Craig Kenny in lane 3. What an effort from him. He was one of the last men off the rings. Paquette now has 1 rep left. And Simone Paquette is in. And he'll get in just ahead of Carlos Alabadeo in lane 5. That leaves lane 16, Anthony Vasquez, as the last men on the floor.
Put your hands together. He's going to walk.
And Vasquez is done. And that will do it for event 7. But it's Will Morat who will have 670 out of a possible 700 points, and he has a stranglehold on top of the overall leaderboard in first place. But things have gotten a little more interesting right behind him for those final 2 spots on the podium. Well, that's going to do it for us here in event number 7. Event number 8 is going to resume here soon over on floor number 2. You can click over and watch that stream as that event gets started here in a little bit. And then Chase and I, a little bit later, we will have event number 9, the 1 rep max front squat. So grab a favorite snack, do some mobility.
Call your friends.
Call your friends. Have
watch
them tune
the
in.
stream.
Things are getting really interesting here in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll see you in a little bit here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex for event number 9, the 1 rep max front squat.